Hey, hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 1:50 in the afternoon on an 8/11/25. What's up? That's an August 11th 25. It is 88 degrees in my fucking house, and I have 3 fans running because it's fucking hot. It's 1:50 in the afternoon on an August. It's a summer day. I don't like burning energy like this, but I mean, I have a solar panel, so it helps. You know, it doesn't totally erase the power usage, but it does help a bit. I have a solar panel helping with all of this. So, so I don't mind running 3 fans. You know, it doesn't really bother me. Today I'm playing some Rust, some Eve, and some FFXI. I've got to eat food here before it totally decays. Yeah, 12 hours. Nice. Yeah, that lasts a while. And I'm going to drop it off the big face. Before I do, I just want to share with my fitness journey, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. As I have lost, whatever it is, I was at 396, I think was the worst I got, and I got down to 238. So whatever that is, it's 396 minus 238. What's 396 minus 238? Ugh, god damn it! Like. Oh, what's happening? Oh no, why? I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Anyway, so here we go. Sorry, I got distracted there. Got killed in a fucking ibis for no reason, and it leaves me really sour. So anyways, as I was saying, before some shithead showed up for no reason. So anyway, look at this, guys. 2 hours, 5.14. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. You're so annoying. There. 2 hours, 5.14 miles. It's pretty good. 2 hours, 5.14 miles feels pretty good, you know? Hells yeah. Out in this fucking 90-degree heat, you know? Did some running. Felt good. Okay, so anyways, we're on our way back out again. I lost nothing. That doubled the amount of jumps for no reason because some piece of shit loser had to suck dick. I don't know why. Anyways, we're gonna drop it out the big face. Sorry, I was just like trying to block some pieces of shit from even getting any time on my stream, you know? Try and block them completely. Is that Heli? Oh, it is Heli, yeah. I was like, is it Heli? Yeah, I was like, what the hell do I see? Nice. So, okay, it's, it's 8:45 p.m., which is really just bad timing. I guess I'm just popping in to see if I got raided. I didn't, which is good, you know, so whatever. I'm gonna go leave then. We'll go to Mortal. Okay, so, let's see if I got any money. Yay! Do we have any money? 1, 2, 3, 300K. 300K is good. 300K is real good. 172. Ooh, look at all the mithril sales. And I didn't flood the market either. I waited. Ooh, 809. Not bad. Getting up there in that monies. Yeah, 80K. 80K. Oh, yeah, look, 889. Not bad, not bad, not bad, I gotta say. Let's see if I made money in Eve. 8.5. No, I didn't make any hypernet sales, apparently. That's okay. These will expire, but I got the big ones that I want to sell. Got one LSI left, and, you know, it's looking pretty good. So there we go. We're gonna, I don't know why, but that fucking asshole had to double my jumps. I don't know why. Because they suck dick is why. They're worthless and pieces of shit losers with no honor who just totally toxically fucking fuck up the game. In fucking, I don't know, was I in low sec? I don't know why I would expect any better. I don't go into the sewer not expecting skibbity toilet people. I don't go into the sewer not expecting skibbity toilet people. That's the takeaway from the last gank. Literally, don't go to the sewer not expecting skibbity toilet piece of shit losers with no honor and no fidelity, no real reason to play the game, you know? So bored that they're ganking nakeds as they pass through. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm fucking naked. You're fucking stupid. You suck dick. You double my time for no reason, etc. And we move on. You know, whatever. Skibbity toilet people are gonna skibbity toilet. You know, they're fucking worthless piece of shit skibbity toilet lives. You know? I only ever see them in this context. They only ever show on some toxic bent like that. They only ever show like that. They like 5v1 nakeds, like the little butt buddies that they are. You always see them 5v1ing somebody because they're fucking born shitty losers with no honor, complete scum. I'm fucking sick of them. Sick of them on all these games. They're always 5v1ing somebody with their worthless ass lives who has no loot because these people don't get loot. They only get fucking dishonor. Everything they do, the way they act, the way they speak. Ugh. Disgusting. I don't ever want to talk to that person ever. I don't want to be around or talk to that person ever the fuck again, you know? Fuck these worthless assholes in the fucking non-consensual scene. They're worth nothing but a block. Fuck them. I'm done talking to them. They're worthless pieces of shit garbage. I'm sick of their harassment and abuse. They can suck a dick, get blocked, and just, you know, wallow in that fucking toilet. Have fun wallowing in that toilet, you pieces of shit. I don't go around toilets not expecting skibbity toilet people. That's why I went there in a fucking ibis. Because, you know, I knew the skibbity toilet people might be there, and they were. Trying to gank some nakeds on motherfucking EVE Online. Who the fuck has that kind of time? Born losers. Only people that have that kind of time. Born fucking losers. Straight up. Ganking nakeds on the beach like the born losers that they are. Building a base on the beach so they can gank nakeds. They're fucking losers. You see them in Rust, you see them in Mortal. And the solution is always to block, children. The solution is always to block. Don't talk to them. Don't act like they're the same members of the same community as you. Completely ostracize them, make fun of them to their fucking faces, and block them, because they're not worth the fucking game that they're playing. That's the message I said to him in text chat. If you wonder why I wouldn't switch the screen, you know, and that's verbatim. I mean, I can show the record of the conversation, but that would publish them on my stream. I'm not doing that. These worthless pieces of shit aren't worthy of it. And with that lovely negative note, we could just move on to something else. Let's see what's going on in the world today. Sorry, we're gonna do something more positive now. Skibbity toilet people had to boil up out of the sewer. Terribly sorry. We don't know why. We don't know why they choose to do this on purpose. But they do. They choose to be losers on fucking purpose. It's something I can't ever understand. So I called them honorless scum and blocked them to their worthless piece of shit faces. I don't care to ever speak to them again or do business with them ever, or even honor them by like admitting that they're in the same community, because they aren't. If they were good people, they wouldn't treat other people like that. They're not good people. Like Republicans, they suck fucking dick and they're only there to make you have a worse time. Same deal with the Republicans kids too. Republicans and piece of shit griefers on PvP games, they can't be reasoned with. They're just worthless pieces of skibbity toilet shit garbage. They have low IQs. They're all egomaniacal and have to play their god games with you. They're fucking shitty. They're fucking stupid. Would you like to hear it out of the mouth of another nerd? I mean, it's not my rhetoric that I'm saying. It's kind of funny, but after hearing it, I began to understand. Right? We watched this video yesterday. And I heard some other nerds say this, and I'm like, well, it is the Toasted Toad's truth. It absolutely is the Toasted Toad's truth. Listen to him say this, like, about the fucking PvP community, and this is who they are. That's who I just met. Listen to it.
Games that function as intended, only a fraction of the time.
Right,
Do you like games that function as intended, only a fraction of the time? Do you like games with a small but loyal community? How about a game whose mentioned small and loyal community is almost entirely negative IQ, mental...
Now, and here it comes, and I love this when I heard it a couple of times. I'm like, yeah, it is true. It's Toasted Toad's truth. Fuck this community. Blocking them is very easy for me. Fuck them. I didn't make my life out of EVE Online. I don't care what EVE Onliners think. I don't fucking care. Look at what Pirate Software did to EVE Online. Fuck them. They're worthless pieces of shit. They're not much better than Pirate Software. They always have their crazy, nerdy, shitty, egomaniacal bullshit. They're just fucking bullshit. They're bullshit.
Stunted
like, fuck these fucking guys. I'm trying to pass on the sidewalk, and they 5v1 gang you like some kind of gang of purse snatchers in a bazaar. You know, like, it's insane. It's like fucking, it's weird to watch fucking grown men, disgraceful, honorless piece of shit, fucking grown men. Now, I've been this year in a 500v500 in honorable combat. You've seen it on my channel many times. You've seen it hundreds of times. Like, number two's probably seen it hundreds of times. Like, you've seen honorable combat on this fucking channel. That shit's not it. That's 5 dudes trying to gangbang somebody on the motherfucking beach, probably built a base there. Goddamn fucking losers. Bullshit ass losers with too much time on their fucking hands, being toxic to the fucking community, costing them time for no fucking reason. Would you like to hear it out of the mouth of somebody else? He knows it like I know it. Here's somebody else saying it.
As intended, only a fraction of the time. Do you like games with a small but loyal community?
No, because I don't, because you come up against them all the time. In nice, million pop games like 76 or whatever, you don't have psychos all the fucking time. Pieces of shit, honorless scumbag psychos. I mean, that's the fucking descriptors. That's who they are. They're just like fucking house robbers and purse snatchers in real life. We don't have any respect for them. The community doesn't have any respect for them. They wallow in that sewer willingly of murder and theft and robbery and shit. It's fucking weird. It's weird to see them act like this. They don't have honor. Fuck them. It's easy to block them.
Whose mentioned small and loyal community is almost entirely negative IQ, mentally stunted megalomaniacs.
Negative IQ, mentally stunted megalomaniacs. Now, you might say the same out of me, but see, the difference is I was riding through in a motherfucking taxi I was dragged out of the fucking taxi by 5 dudes at a checkpoint, like some kind of idiot-ass ICE raid or something like this, just like Republicans. Just like Republicans. I was assaulted, my car was destroyed, and then they call me the asshole. They're like, blah, 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 you're an unpleasant person, they say to me. And I'm like, nah, motherfucker, I was riding through in a fucking taxi like Grand Theft Auto 5. You know what I'm saying? This is why I play in private mode and Grand Theft Auto 5 all the time, too. And I mean, I just started playing Grand Theft Auto 5 again. I play in private mode all the fucking time because I know the harassment from the other garbage people. Like, I was watching a hilarious video today, which was just funny, about Force Gaming. Talking about Battlefield 6. There was 640,000 people in the live open beta test of Battlefield 6, which is more than any COD game's ever done, which is kind of insane. 330,000 of them were banned for cheating. Not kidding. Wish I was. Not fucking kidding. 330,000 of them. The fucking company DICE or whatever they're fucking, whoever makes that game now, I have no idea. Is it still DICE? I really don't care. The corpos, they play like they play a game of musical chairs where they all just keep spinning in a fucking circle and changing fucking names and trying to sit down and still having a seat to sit on after they rob people or whatever. So I never care what company is making fucking Battlefield or Halo. I really just don't care. It's probably DICE, but I don't really know. I don't fucking care. Hopefully it's DICE. I like DICE, whatever, but I really don't fucking care. But DICE, we saw the tweets in the fucking video. I don't want to watch the video because I don't like Battlefield anymore. But like, because it just represents this piece of shit democracy culture of right-wingers that fucking suck dick and kill you all the time for no fucking reason, and as they wallow in the garbage toilet of these PvP games. And like, I'm fucking sick of them. So listen to this guy fucking say it. I just went through the whole trip. I was riding in a fucking taxi. It happens to me in Grand Theft Auto too. I'm riding in a fucking taxi. I'm just chilling. I'm rolling through. I'm assaulted. I'm dragged out of the taxi by 5 guys who try to tell me that I'm bad. Fuck them. Fuck them and their stupid, worthless asses. It's easy to block them. Fuck them. I don't care if it's a small pond that you skibbity toilet shit monster, fucking skibbity toilet shit monster live in. I don't care if it's a small pond. I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you do. I don't care. I don't care. You aren't worthy to talk to. You're just worthless pieces of shit. You commit murder all the fucking time on a video game because you can't do it in real life because you're worthless pieces of shit scumbags. And I don't fucking care who you are or what you do. I'm never gonna fucking care. I've got hundreds of thousands of more kills than you, PvP kills, on better games than you play, you know, and I don't give a flying fuck what you think. I have 1,200 Fortnite wins. You've got your dick in your hand as you 5v1 fucking assault people on the beach in Eve, which is just like, fuck you, blocked.
If you answered yes to that last question,
you're a fucking idiot who likes this shit. What the fuck, right? And the answer to me now is like, what the fuck, block them. If they spoke, block them. I'm just gonna call you an honorless piece of shit scumbag. I don't give a flying fuck what you say in response. That only confirms it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, I was just dragged out of a taxi cab, assaulted, have my taxi cab destroyed or whatever, and then I'm called bad. Nah, fuck you worthless pieces of toxic shit. You're the fucking bad, and if you can't fucking see it, you're low IQ pieces of megalomaniacal fucking shit. You just can't see it? You can't see it, huh? You can't see that? Please fire the fucking weapon. What did you do? You put the fucking weapon away. See the jank that he's talking about? A game that works about half the time? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want to lifesteal off him, but whatever. He was damn near dead. But no, I'm leashing them because I just couldn't get my weapon to pull out. And the animation is 4 seconds. So you're just like, ho-hum, let me go rent a motel and go to sleep right now. 3 hours later, I got up and my fucking weapon is switched. You worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you and your worthless weapon switch animations. I'm fucking sick of them. Get with the Fortnite era from fucking 7 years ago, you worthless piece of shit. You're on the same engine. You're on the same epic fucking engine. Unreal. Get weapon switching right, you fucking idiot. Hold on. Let me see. It's going to take me 4 seconds to switch between this spear in my hands or the bow on my back. Hold on. It's going to take 4 fucking seconds. Hold on. You know, and it's like, no. Ding! In like 1 second, motherfucker. If your life matters, if you're in a fucking mortal battle, it's like, ding! It's like 1 second, motherfucker, not 4. And then faster than the time it takes me to say it. And I'm fucking sick of your worthless ass piece of shit waste time fucking combat switch animations in all these fucking games. New World doesn't have it. Fortnite doesn't have it. They've tried to edit it out of the fucking scene. It doesn't make sense for this game. Like, look how long that fucking takes. 1, 2, 3. It's like 3 seconds. It's disgusting. 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, ugh. Okay. Try again. Keep the weapon out this time. If I keep moving, maybe the mage will miss. Can't see him. Oh, is it a player? No, it's a healer. I was like, did I shoot a player? Out, bitch. Out. Fuck you. I don't need the lifesteal when I actually can get the fucking weapon in my fucking hands. I don't need the lifesteal if I can get the weapon in my hands. Headshot. 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 Out, bitch. Avenge me! Nope, you're blocked. You're fucking blocked. You're irredeemable. You're a worthless piece of toxic shit. Terribly sorry you're blocked. Can't redeem it. Not redeemable. Terribly sorry. I can leave you with some exit advice. It's never too late to take a fucked up skibbity toilet life to a better place. That's my exit advice to the pieces of toxic shit that I just met. It's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state.
Welcome to episode 2 of our
Hear it again.
Let's say that last question. IQ, mentally, who's mentioned small and loyal community, is almost entirely negative IQ, mentally stunted megalomaniacs.
I love hearing it. It's confirmation that you are a worthless piece of shit community. You should be blocked. It's the wake-up call that you worthless pieces of shit need. You're there ganking fucking nakeds in Eve. It's disgusting. You're turning Eve into Rust. You know how toxic Rust is. You're fucking worthless pieces of shit. Scan the cargo before you gank it, you fucking worthless piece of shit. Or you're not a good ganker. Suck my fucking dick and scan me before I get in there. You're fucking dumb. So you just gank some ibis because what, you're bad and lazy? Scan the cargo first, you disrespectful, honorless pieces of shit scum. Scan the cargo first. Congratulations on 0 profit, wasting my time, getting fucking blocked, making the game look worse, making the skibbity toilet a fucking worthless piece of shit failure. Congratulations on making the game worse just by being there. You fucking shitheads.
Most people understand that reality shows aren't exactly real, but to dismiss the shows and just say, oh, it's all scripted, it's all fake, that's not exactly true either. You see, these shows operate more like human science experiments than scripted entertainment. Producers aren't necessarily telling contestants what to do, what to say, and how to act, but going through a series of calculated behind-the-scenes steps to control the environment and nearly guarantee chaos on camera. Unfortunately, because these tactics are designed to push people past their breaking point, there have been countless cases where contestants' lives were tragically cut short, with many pointing to the mental and emotional toll these shows have had on them. Today we are going to uncover the step-by-step process reality shows use to psychologically manipulate their contestants into getting the entertainment that they want, and all the ways it has gone horribly wrong. It all starts with the people they cast in the first place, whose personality profiles will naturally clash, ensuring fights and maximizing drama. Even though reality shows can have vastly different premises, most of them follow a similar structure. Bring a group of strangers together, isolate them from the outside world, and then put them through some kind of challenge with real stakes on the line. And whether the final prize is money or love, the production process for maximizing the entertainment value of these shows is mostly the same, and a lot of it relies on morally unethical behavior. Before the cameras turn on, reality shows have an extremely calculated casting process. The first step for getting on many reality shows is a lengthy application, and we're not talking a job application. Shows like Big Brother require IQ and psychological evaluations to ensure contestants will be able to perform under pressure. Survivor is similar, where production goes through 25,000 initial applicants, complete with background and psychological screenings before they're even considered for a callback. One of the reasons why this process takes so long is because producers aren't just looking for good contestants, they're looking for specific characters. characters. Every person on the show has to fit a very specific role. You might have the hero, the villain, the underdog, the heartbreaker, the loudmouth, the wild card. It's like casting for a movie, except the script hasn't been written yet. And usually the most successful shows are when everyone plays their role perfectly. Like in Jersey Shore, Ronnie was the hothead who wanted to start fights. Jenny was the female hothead who wanted to start fights. Snooki was the lovable mess. Mike the Situation was the arrogant loudmouth. Vinny was the laid-back, lovable nice guy. Pauly D was the uplifting wingman. You knew exactly what you were going to get from each character, which made the show easier to produce, made the stories easier to write, and fans could easily understand and develop parasocial relationships with the cast. However, during the casting process, what producers are truly looking for are people that exhibit characteristics known as the dark triad. The term dark triad refers to a trio of negative personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Put more simply, they're looking for those who are entitled, lack empathy, and manipulate others. Why? Well, these are the people that create the best drama. A perfect example is Russell Hantz from Survivor. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Fume. Flavored air is quickly becoming the leading alternative to vaping and smoking, and today's sponsor, Fume, is leading the charge. Have you ever caught yourself reaching for a bad habit without even thinking about it? Maybe it's out of stress, boredom, or just wanting to fit in? Well, that's where Fume comes in. It's not about quitting, it's about replacing. Fume offers a simple and enjoyable way to break away from bad habits while still having something satisfying to reach for. Fume is a flavored air device that delivers great flavor without any harmful chemicals. Instead of vapor, you just breathe in natural, non-toxic flavors that satisfy the craving. Fume's premium wooden design feels great in your hand, and its magnetic top makes for a great fidget toy. The crisp mint flavor is great. It's refreshing and keeps you feeling sharp throughout the day. But they offer tons of flavors, so there's something for everyone. Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as a part of their habit change journey. If you're ready to try it for yourself, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PatrickCC, you'll get a free Fume topper, which is an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Go to tryfume.com/PatrickCC or scan the QR code on the screen to get yours today. Despite the show's focus on strategy and endurance, Russell became legendary for burning other contestants' socks, sabotaging food supplies, and lying straight to people's face. He wasn't just playing the game, he was thriving on manipulation and control, and fans love to hate him for it. Some contestants wear these dark triad traits like a badge of honor. Tiffany New York Pollard is one of the most iconic reality stars in history who was unapologetic about stirring up drama on VH1's Flavor of Love.
Not you. You can choke. This was the first interaction I really had with Brittany, so I wanted to see her.
I love that
her
combat.
anger
It's fun.
level. I wanted to see if I was powerful enough to twist her mind. It was a mind thing. She got mind screwed by me, and it worked. My advice to the other ladies in the house would be beware of me, because I'm not backing down.
Or take Stephen Bear from X on the Beach. He built a persona around seduction, betrayal, and exploiting his relationships for entertainment, but it turns out this was no persona. This was actually who he was in real life. Bear was convicted and jailed for revenge porn after leaking explicit footage of an ex-partner online. He was sentenced to 21 months in prison. Psychologist Pamela B. Rutledge says that the perfect reality TV star and the perfect
Soon I get in
scammer
low
or con
sec.
artist have many overlapping traits. Actors, con artists, and scammers all tend to exude energy and have excellent powers of persuasion. The best scammers can project something desirable and likable about themselves to increase perceptions of trust and appear to offer an opportunity with lots of upside while glossing over the risks. And to no surprise, there are literally countless people who were found guilty of financial crimes before or after appearing on reality TV. Jen Shah from The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City was running a telemarketing scam targeting vulnerable, often elderly individuals. Shah pleaded guilty and was later sentenced to 6.5 years in prison and ordered to pay $6.5 million in restitution. Teresa Giudice from The Real Housewives of New Jersey served 11 months in prison after committing multiple acts of financial fraud. Richard Hatch from Survivor was indicted for fraud and tax evasion. Todd and Julie Chrisley were found guilty of both evading taxes and conspiracy to defraud community banks out of more than $30 million to fund their lavish lifestyle. trial. Julie and Todd were sentenced to 7 and 12 years in prison, but lucky for them, another reality star scammer had the power to personally pardon them. If you just Google reality star fraud, you'll get so many different examples that it actually looks like these producers are intentionally trying to cast scammers to be on their show. But show producers have been criticized for not doing enough due diligence to avoid platforming bad or immoral people. Since they go through a deep vetting process, they should know about any potential controversies. Bachelor contestants met with a private investigator who is, quote, trained to dig up any skeletons in the closet, partly to use for their storyline, but also to get ahead of any tabloid stories that could come to the surface if they were on the show. Had they ever been arrested? Had they ever sent nude photos to anyone? Had they ever made an X-tape? Had they gotten a DUI? Recently, Love Island cast member Sierra Ortega was removed from season 7 after posts from years ago resurfaced showing her using a racial slur that was historically used to attack Asian people.
They're never gonna get me for that,
she was labeled
which is
racist,
good.
and fans demanded that she be removed from the show. She announced that she left the show due to a personal situation and then issued
I
an
call
apology
straight men
online.
efforts all the
I had
time.
no ill intention when I was using it.
Proud of
but
it.
That's absolutely no excuse because
Let's change that word to mean what it really means.
Ignorance.
Lame, rich, white
Sierra
bundles
also
of
noted
sticks.
in her apology that angry fans called ice on her family, and she posted a slew of
Sticks in the
extremely
mud.
hateful messages and threats she was receiving. To give you an idea of the magnitude of Love Island and this controversy, Sierra's apology video has over 20 million views. Now, some people were confused why this was being treated as a new news story, considering she had publicly addressed and apologized for the use of this slur before she was ever on Love Island, and that raised some conspiracies. Some suggest that producers knew about this
This
controversy.
is dumb. I know how dumb this is, but I'm just gonna ask the AI. Where does the saying "stick in the mud" come from? Yeah, like a vehicle's wheels or someone's feet becoming stuck in mud, unable to move forward. The phrase evolved to describe a person who is unwilling to change or try new things. Someone who is seen as old-fashioned or resistance to progress. Right? I think of that. Yeah, and I think of rich white men as efforts. Right? They're sticks in the mud. They're a bundle of sticks in the mud, and they will not change. They will not try new things. I see them as old-fashioned and resistant to progressives and progress. Right? I do. I see them resistant to progress. So, pro is to con as progress is to Congress. A stick in the mud, Donald Trump is the worst stick in the mud in history. I mean, only Hitler was worse.
Controversy before the masses did, and
I call them efforts because they're like bundles of sticks in the mud, and I'm retooling that word. That was the word they used to describe gay people for hundreds of years or whatever. I want to use that word to describe them, and they are bundles of sticks in the fucking mud. I want to take the literal fucking term and repurpose it for what it should actually mean. A bunch of old, shitty sticks in the mud who are unwilling to change or try new things, someone who is seen as old-fashioned or resistant to progress. And it sucks, and yeah, it's a gay slur right now, but when I get done with it, it's gonna mean corpos. It's going to be the nasty word for corpos. I'm going to repurpose the word so it's even polite. I'm going to say the word effet. It's a new word, effet, E-F-F-E-T. They're effets. They are bundles of sticks in the mud who are resistant to they're old-fashioned and resistant to resistance to progress. They hate trans. They don't like people of color. They can't stand the fact that we have like a miscegenated system now of people. It's fine. I don't care. They're with United Colors of Benetton, but they do because they're fucking right-wing, resistant, old-fashioned, resistant to progress. They call it family values. I call it being an effet, a fucking bunch of bundles of sticks in the fucking mud that are just stuck there, that are unpliable, that make it painful for everybody to walk that land. And I'm terribly sorry, but that's kind of it. There's a picture of it. You see it? I mean this symbol. I'm trying to evolve this word in my head to really not mean what what it used to mean. Because I've never heard anybody in my polite life refer to a gay person as that. I've only ever heard of straight people being referred to as effets. I've never heard that shot fired at a gay person before. Isn't that weird? But I have heard it leveled at people like Donald Trump quite a lot. I do it myself all the time. I call Donald Trump an effet all the fucking time when I'm not on stream. I absolutely do. I say it to my mother. And I mean this because he is the most old style, stick in the mud, resistance to progress, fucking, fiscal conservative piece of shit. Wasted $1 billion of his daddy's money. He's just, fuck them. They're sticks in the mud. They're resistant to progress. They talk about getting rid of the Mexicans all the time. They deport people and ice people because they are like piece of shit people, unwilling to change or try new things. My whole personal philosophy of it is one from that band 15, punk band. Is the stick in the muds. They don't like the homeless. They're kicking the homeless out of DC today. But the homeless are a problem for only one reason. Our presence raises the question, who owns the land? The sticks in the mud own the land, so they're uptight about it. You understand? But if you really think about it from a true free person's view of the world, any human could go anywhere. This is the planet Earth. Any human on this planet should be able to freely roam wherever the fuck they want. Now, maybe that land is owned, so don't go to that land. But I mean, any human should be able to go wherever the fuck they want. I am truly free. We built this motherfucker. We built America on the freedom and the pursuit of happiness. If you're in America and it serves your freedom and happiness to be here, then I don't care who you are or where you come from. Oh no, are they gonna do me again? Not again. I don't have anything. Let me go. Beautiful, look at it. I get to go out and adventure in this. There's no compass except for the one on my hand. I don't know, if you wear it, does it show you which way north is? Oh, it does. Oh, look, I didn't even look at this. Cool, it shows you where true north is. That's true north, yeah. Okay, yeah, oh, look, we've only explored like half of the island. So I guess we go north today. I don't have to go back to Lighthouse, and it's really not that good of a... Look, there's 2 lighthouses. One of them looks different. I wonder if I have a pair of binoculars in there. I'm out of water again, which seems weird because didn't I just drink a whole bunch of fucking water? Alright, whatever. I'll find a river. Gonna need to stop at a gas station along the beach or something. I don't know. I'm gonna need some income. Like fishing village or something. Don't really know. I'm out of food now, I think. I'm out of food. Yeah, might have to abuse death here, but we can move. That's the main thing. Gonna cut this fuel in half because I don't need this much. Yeah, like the loot in this run doesn't matter. I'm here for XP and killing zombies, and the zombies aren't even on the server right now. To me, it's like a joke playthrough because there's like no real reason to be here. There's no zombies or anything. That's why everybody left, you know. Anyways, I'm moving north. We're gonna explore the Galapagos. You know, my first clan ever was called Peninsula Pals because we united at the peninsula, and we always favored peninsulas because we like having water. Even if it's salt water, it doesn't matter what it is. We like having water, which you can get in a peninsula. Sometimes you can get a swamp there. We prefer the swamp tree if we can. We've done like 5 or 10 wipes in swamp trees. But like overall, Pen Pals is what we used to call ourselves, Peninsula Pals. I really miss them. It was Lucky, Dog Giraffe. They were such nice people, all of them, really. Lucky, they were nice people like me, even though some of them were right-wingers and kind of deluded and little Eichmann. They were nice people, though. They really were, like, nice people deep down in their hearts. All 5 of us were like that. 6 of us. There was Patrick, me, Dog Giraffe, Lucky, Big Junior, and Daltaru. And yeah, was there 6 of us? Yeah, and Tay's has always been an honorary member, but he didn't always play with us. Tay was always an honorary member, but he was a member of Pen Pals for a long time. He was in that Discord for like 5 years. He probably still is. And Boomkin. Boomkin was an honorary member of our clan. Luke Goblin has always been a member of Ace, but I wouldn't call him a member of Pen Pals. But I don't know if he knew us back then. I don't think he did. But Patrick, one of my good friends, Patrick, he's always been a friend. I've always considered Pat a friend. He was original Pen Pals from the death of him. He was there before everybody else was. He was there when I first met Lucky, and we built Pen Pals, but we didn't know what Pen Pals was until we met Dalter and John, Big Junior, and Big Junior took over leadership of Pen Pals, the de facto leadership, because he probably had the best young brain. And I didn't want to do it. And then Dog Giraffe took over for a couple of years, and then the clan collapsed. Had Big Junior continued to lead, or had I led, or even Dalter could have done it, or even Lucky or Patrick, any of them could have done it, but Dog Giraffe couldn't have. Dog Giraffe was a right-winger who believed in, like, you know, controlling people and sort of, like, you know, I wouldn't say he was a bad person at all, but he definitely, or I'm sorry, he was more of a self-reliant person who left other people to fend however they were going to fend. And he was one of the more selfish people I ever met, but he was also not, like, selfish in a bad way. He was just very self-oriented. He didn't think much about other people. When he rolled into a battle, for instance, he would be 120 meters away with a shotgun getting the guy in the back. We couldn't ever get him to push the line with us. He would, but I mean, he would hold the door with us, but he wouldn't, you know, anyway, I don't even know why I'm talking about this. I'm being critical of him when I don't need to be. But he was, like, kind of his own man. He was not out there for anybody. He was not thinking about other people. He did think about the team. He was very, very much so a team player. He was not a selfish person. I got along with him just fine. He was not a selfish person, but he was a self-oriented person and was only worried about his own performance and how well he did and what happened when he fought and all this other stuff. So he took over the de facto leadership. I could have done it, but the problem was I was not experienced in Rust like him. So I just didn't have the skill set. I didn't have it. You know, it took me, I don't know, until I reached 5,000 hours to even feel like I could lead a clan, like, or 4,000. It was 4,000. It took me until I was like 3,600 hours something before I felt like I could lead a clan. Dog Giraffe was doing it at like 2,000 or something, and he was leading Zergs and stuff like that. He was a good leader, but he wasn't, you know, thinking about us. So battles were chaos. You know, he didn't care what we did. And, you know, so John and Dalt would just, you know, go and, like, push the door. And Lucky and I and Patrick would, like, nervously protect them because we don't want to push the door. Dalton was not afraid of pushing the door. He was the best player there. But, like, you know, and he liked pushing the door. That was his comfort level. You know, he wanted to push the door. He knew peaks, and, you know, he was, like, ready to do siege stuff and ready to hold corners and kill this guy. He liked tense shootouts, you know. Lucky and I hated them, and so did Patrick. Patrick was scared of them. Patrick was a full-blown pussy, a full-blown French-Canadian pussy, like XQC. And XQC was not a pussy like Patrick, no. Like Patrick was a full-blown pussy, and I'm sorry, and I've said this about him before, and but he was a full-blown pussy. He was terrified of leaving the base sometimes. And, you know, and so Patrick was not into pushing the door. Dalton was. Big Junior wasn't. Big Junior felt that pushing the door was something that really, really skilled people should do, and he was just learning the game, and so was I. I felt that I shouldn't be pushing the door either. I didn't really know all that siege stuff. I had not been doing shooters like Call of Duty. I did not feel like I should be pushing the door, so I was on the roof. I was the cat on the roof, you know. I love Pen Pals. We had a weird thing when we pushed it was like bad company. Dog Giraffe was out there on the fucking, he was either in the base, like leading the bush, or he was out in the fucking perimeter shotgunning any fucking grub that came. Because he was the best grub. I never met a grub better than him. I still don't think, like, even Rat Bastard, piece of shit, loser ass stream sniper, was not a good grub like Dog Giraffe. I know because I've seen it before. Dog Giraffe will wreck like 7 people, and you can tell like other people around me were scared. They were like scared of confrontation. Like Dog Giraffe was looking for it, and so was Dalton. It was kind of insane. So, but they wanted it on their terms. So we let Dalton push the fucking door, and we let Dog push the fucking perimeter, because Dog wouldn't let a grub in. Dog was the grub. You know, Dog was the grub. Dog was a notorious grub. Dog is still the worst grub I've ever met. I thought like Dog, like Rat Bastard was just a piece of shit. I never saw Rat Bastard do a skilled thing my entire goddamn life. I really didn't. But Dog consistently, and my friend Boom is like this too. Boom and Dog would do stuff like murder 7 people on the elevator or on a train. Like I watched my friend Boom can kill 15 people on a fucking what's the big helicopter one time. I watched Dog take out I watched Boom take out an entire clan one time and one grenade, one F1 grenade. It was just insane. And I knew that these other like scum sucking bastards just didn't have like that skill level. They weren't Dog Giraffe. Neither am I. I'm not trying to say I am. Like I say on my Steam profile, I'm the worst one here. I said it on my Steam profile so they could read it and understand. I'm the worst player here. I didn't say it like that because I have an ego. But if you look at my profile, I say, if you need me to be your target, you are the worst, most least skilled bully ever born. And it is true because I am the worst one in the clan. I am. I have the worst attention span. I have brain damage. I am a brain damaged individual. I'm on disability for the government. I'm brain damaged. And if you think you need to target me, you're just a shithead. You're just some right-wing fucking bully shithead. You're just a bully shithead. A bully shitter, you know? A bully king shitter. And I'm right to block you. I'm right to block every single time I see them. They're not worthy of speaking to me. I block them every time they're toxic to me, and it happens all the fucking time. I just roll along in my taxi like Grand Theft Auto, and I'm going to the casino or the store or something like this. I don't ever go out of my way to gang some other person. I don't go looking to hunt other people. I don't have that in my personality, and you don't have to do that to play these games. But these pieces of shit are convinced that you do. That you have to be negative, dark side Phil, that you have to be a troll, that you have to be negative, that you have to be a rat bastard all the fucking time. And it's weird because it just shows that they're worthless pieces of shit who are scumbags, like scumbags, who you know, scummy scumbags who just really shouldn't have friends or have a community. They really shouldn't. They need to rethink their lives first. They shouldn't be out there among the children. They shouldn't be children themselves. Like, the worst part is I'm convinced a bunch of these people are under the age of 18. They shouldn't be children themselves. They should be nice kids playing soccer or baseball and playing Rust in the summer evenings and stuff like this. I had a bunch of positive people like that, like my friend motherfucking Dino Nuggets, right? He was a nice kid. He was just a nice kid. He was a really mean kid too because he was a troll. But he was a nice kid deep down in his heart. And I always said this about Ace. I was like, if you want to be in my clan, you have to have a good heart. That's my brain damaged thing about living in a clan. If you're in a clan with me, you can't be a cheater. You can't be an asshole. If you need to rob other people, you're a weak person. If you need to take other people's guns or bombs, you are a weak person. If you aren't strong enough to bring that to yourself, you don't, like, if you need to rob people, you are a fucking weak person. I don't need to do it in the real life either. And I am a very famous thief. I'm a famous thief who walked through the whole thing every time. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Let me pass. I don't have anything. Let me pass, please. I didn't block this guy. It's not my fault stupid ass fucking Sisters of Eve makes you go through low sec. It's not my fucking fault. And my nation standing is fucking low because I do real PvP unlike these shitheads. So I have to go do the Sisters of Eve thing. I have to go do it. It's fucking annoying. It's not my fault it takes me through LoSec. I didn't bring anything to fucking LoSec. I don't bring $1 million to the fucking zoo. I don't bring $1 million to the monkey cage of the fucking zoo. I'm not fucking stupid. Let me pass, pieces of shit. And those guys weren't pieces of shit. I'm talking about the first two camps that fucking busted me or whatever. Don't fucking bust me through LoSec and a fucking ibis. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's cargo scan if you're gonna kill an ibis. You're fucking stupid. Let the nakeds pass, you worthless pieces of shit. I've got more than 5,000 hours in Rust. I'm not like you. I'm better than you. I know the better. I know better. You don't need to be like this. And I'm not lecturing those guys that I just saw. I'm lecturing the other pieces of shit that did stop me. I tell them right to their fucking loser faces, I don't have anything, and I block them if they fucking respond as they kill me. Because they don't deserve the game, they don't deserve the community if they treat their fucking fellow players like this. It's all one server. Stop being garbage, skibbity toilet monster people. Stop doing it. Grow mellow in your older age. I know you're not 15 anymore, you're like 19, 24, something like that, 30. Grow mellow in your old fucking age or whatever and start treating each other with fucking decency. I'm gonna hit you with some Tupac quote here, and I know it's fucking cheesy and leftist. I don't fucking care. I know it's offending Shakur's son. I know it's Black Panther in its origin. I don't fucking care. I believe it just like Huey P believed it. You know what I'm saying? It's time for us to make some changes. It's time for us to change the way we eat. It's time for us to change the way we live. It's time for us to change the way we treat each other. See, the old way in Eve wasn't working, and it's on us to do what we have to do to survive, which is treating each other with a little bit fucking better. Get better, pieces of shit. Get better. If you don't, the people leave the games and the games fucking die. And they get bought by fucking Tencent. That's who owns goddamn EVE Online. It's Tencent Games. You understand? You want to know why that happened? Because you pieces of shit kill nakeds all the fucking time in all the non-consensual games. So now Tencent owns CCP's soul. Because the population got down to 8,000 pop. Because you worthless pieces of shit fuck with nakeds all the goddamn time. On Rust, on Mortal, on Ultima, on Old School. It doesn't matter what game it is. You fuck with fucking nakeds all the fucking time on the beach, and it's fucking, I'm sick and tired of it. If you guys had balls, if you had power, if you had personal power as real fucking men, you wouldn't treat your fellow human beings like this. Fuck you, worthless pieces of shit. And the block's all you'll ever get from me. The block's all you'll ever get. Until you start treating us better. I'll banter PvP with you if you treat us better, like those guys did that just let me pass. It just makes me angry though. After years and years and years of abuse, it just makes me angry when they actually show that they're Mr. Grinch and they can finally come down from the top of the piece of shit like low IQ. Shall we do it again? Like right, I had the other, like egomaniacal, low IQ, fucking pieces of shit. You know. I didn't say it.
They actively ignored it, because if you think about it, Love Island only benefits from Sierra's backlash, as her name is directly tied to the
killed the
Netflix
scientist.
series. I think it's safe to assume that when it comes to a reality TV show, all publicity is good publicity, right? When Love is Blind faced similar backlash for allegedly platforming bad people, creator Chris Colin defended their vetting process. We have background checks and psychological evaluations. Everyone in the world has a story, and we aren't the police. These shows don't take accountability for the actions of their contestants because, well, realistically, they aren't to blame, but also because they aren't exactly looking for the most morally righteous individuals in the first place. Producers want a perfect mix of unpredictable, toxic, and genuine personalities, which when thrown in a room together for long enough are guaranteed to cause chaos and produce dramatic television. Then again, producers' psychological manipulation tactics can even have genuine people behave differently.
But I know
than
it was
they
on the
normally
road.
would. Sarah Hartshorn, who was cast on America's Next Top Model in 2007, described producers exuding a subtle tactic. Thousands upon thousands sent in audition tapes from all over the country, every single state. We had casting scouts all over looking for candidates, and you guys are the ones who made it. You're here, and it's not just your looks. You all know that being a top model is more than that. It's who you are, and one of you is America's Next Top Model. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By framing the contestants as chosen and exceptional, Producers create a heightened sense of purpose and pressure. It deepens the
true.
emotional investment of the cast, making them more
This
willing
is
to
why I don't
endure
watch this
extreme
shit.
conditions
Yeah.
or humiliation
Hey, look, it's
for the
fresh
sake
water.
of not wasting
Yay.
their once-in-a-lifetime shot. It also shifts the power dynamic in favor of the producers. Contestants are no longer just people, they're characters in the producer's story that they feel obligated to live up to. And before ever stepping onto the set, contestants are almost always required to sign strict contracts, often including detailed non-disclosure agreements. Now, it's easy to understand why NDAs are somewhat necessary to prevent the show's ending from being spoiled by bitter contestants, as the episodes were
There it
filmed
is.
months in advance, but fans have to wait week after week to find out what happens. What they don't realize is sometimes these contracts come with threats. Sarah Hartstone recalls America's Next Top Model producers threatening to sue contestants for $5 million if they leaked any information about the show. The contestants were shook. They thought, we don't have $5 million. The producers replied, we know you don't. We know all about all of your financial information. None of you have $5 million. None of your families have $5 million either. But the NDAs can go even further.
It's
They
true,
can
the lawyers
prohibit
look.
contestants
Yeah.
from publicly discussing production conditions, mental health struggles during filming,
Can they-
and
can they
any
afford to
manipulative
sue us?
tactics producers use
Can
behind
they
the
afford to
scenes.
sue us,
Take this
right?
viral Reddit post from a former reality show contestant, for example. The
Can they
producers
afford to
made me
sue
go
us?
through hell for 4 months. I lost my house, my car, my business, my boyfriend. I was very
Ugh.
naive, and they exploited me to the point of a mental breakdown. They used contracts to hold me hostage in a sense, gaslit me every day. I can't even bring myself to discuss what they did, as it's so upsetting to think of, as they used me and I feel so stupid. I'm now living with my parents at 40, too afraid to date or work again, and have overwhelming shame. Now sure, this
No,
could just
that's
be
you.
a random
That's
person
just
on the
you.
internet making this whole thing up, but this anonymous recount sounds exactly like the countless personal stories I will share throughout this video.
Oh, no,
So now that
it isn't
producers
them?
have acquired
Oh,
a
no.
perfect cast of clashing personalities, instilled all of them with a slight god complex, and prevented them from revealing any information about their experience, the next thing to do is manipulate their surroundings, restricting their diet, and implementing borderline torturous tactics to manufacture chaos. And it all starts
Manufacture
with 24/7
chaos.
surveillance. As soon as you wake up in the morning, your mic is put on. When you go to bed, it's taken off. On The Bachelor, contestants sign contracts in which they must agree to be filmed up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But this may also be by means of hidden cameras and microphones, according to the contract, meaning they're likely going to be caught at some point in a less than positive light. They should have no expectation of privacy. This may seem like an obvious necessity for reality TV to function. After all, the only way they can capture reality is by making sure literally everything is being filmed and recorded, right? Sometimes you see a contestant rip off their microphone and storm off to essentially protest being recorded, but the cameras just follow them anyways, and the audience is excited for more drama. It's a harsh reminder that they literally can never escape. On The Bachelor, constant filming is actually sold as a good part of the experience. Contestants open up about things like anxiety, grief, or past trauma, all
Nice, a
while the
good bow.
cameras are rolling 24/7,
Yay.
turning their real pain into a part of the show. The audience is made to believe that all this surveillance is necessary to show someone's journey, because towards the end of the show, there is literally a highlight reel of all of their
Hey, I
pain
made
being
it!
broadcast to millions of people. And the craziest part is the contestants have no control of how that pain is edited, manufactured, and presented to the world. Surveillance is done by the producers to maintain complete control over their participants. And this anonymous Love Island contestant described the extreme lengths producers would go to.
When you're there, you don't realise how much you are controlled by them. If you talk too much about life outside of the island, the voice of God, which is like a big speaker, will tell you to shut up. So it's like, this doesn't make good telly. Most of your day is just filled with gossiping about situations inside the villa, because that's all you're allowed to talk about.
Another former Love Island contestant described what producers will do to provoke a situation.
They set up the environment to test you because they know exactly what you don't like, they know exactly what you're scared of, they know what you're attracted to, what you're not attracted to, they know your triggers, so it's very easy for them to manipulate your environment.
So they trigger you on all the stuff
to
you
get the
didn't
best
want them to
reaction out of
do.
you. And especially when the storyline is not going the way that they want, they know exactly how to fix that because they know you very well. You're literally just a little rat in their experiment, and they're trying to see what they can change and what they can do to see how you're going to react.
That's
and
what
how
they've been
far they can
doing.
push you.
Now, beyond
Can't they
surveillance,
just let
one
it
of
be?
the foundational elements of a successful
Let it
reality
be.
show is
Let
keeping
it
the
be.
contestants in pure
Let it
isolation.
be.
In
Let
Big
it
Brother,
be.
contestants are confined to a house with no access to phones, internet, television, or contact with family and friends. This isolation forces them to rely on their relationships within the house, making every alliance, betrayal, and argument feel more intense. Former Bachelor contestant Leslie Hughes said, "We have nothing.
Yay,
We are
Kiwi.
completely cut off from the world. We have to talk to each other. We have nothing else to do." Similarly, Love Island isolates contestants in a luxurious villa where they have no communication with the outside world. There are no distractions, and they essentially create this artificial bubble where everything on set becomes the only thing that matters to them.
We didn't have any autonomy at all. Not only did they take our phones, they took our wallets, they took our IDs, they took our passports, all in the same instance, without telling us ahead of time this was going to happen.
And we were filming 18 to 20 hours a day. The only time we weren't being filmed was when the union crews swapped out for a new crew because they had met their maximum for the day.
You never see daylight unless you're allowed to use the bathroom, which is a trailer outside. They keep you in the state where you really have no idea how much time has transpired.
You're like a slave.
It's one of those things where, looking back on it, if someone told me it was
It's like a cult.
month, I might have believed it.
It's like
So
a
what else
cult.
can they do to cure their boredom? Well, have you ever noticed just how much alcohol is being consumed on reality TV shows? It feels like most of the explosive moments or juicy drama erupts after a night of heavy drinking. Nick Bateman from Big Brother said, "Alcohol was given to us when we were feeling down or depressed or nothing was going on, because obviously alcohol is the Molotov cocktail producers use to liven things up." Bateman says drinks were coveted by contestants because it would
three
quell the
recyclers
boredom
here.
of being captive in the house. Bronwyn Wyndham Burt from The Real Housewives of Orange County says that producers took it a step further. Whenever you're filming, they have alcohol there. They ask you before you go on a trip, what kind do you like? They get to know what your favorites are. And while producers don't force you to drink, alcoholic beverages were readily available, and that sometimes during scenes, cast
This is a
members
good
were
fishing
discouraged
village.
from eating. Jeremy Hartwell, who was
kinda
a
wanna
Love is
live here.
Blind contestant, sued the company alleging that he could not access food and water, but alcohol was available and even encouraged on an empty stomach. Now, it's one thing to give a bunch of partiers some alcohol, but putting restrictions on their diet is just borderline evil, and there's a lot of evidence that supports this tactic. On The Bachelor, contestants are not allowed to eat any food during their dates because the microphones pick up the unpleasant sounds. No
Oh,
one looks
yeah.
good eating, and microphones pick up all kinds of chomping. Now, this seems like a justifiable reason, and even though it sounds messed up, in shows like Survivor or Alone, contestants aren't fed enough to somewhat mimic the simulated reality of surviving in the wild. But one could also theorize that low blood sugar could prompt emotional reactions, pushing contestants towards emotional or medical breakdowns. In Mr. Beast games, contestants complained about their food rations. One meal reportedly included a tiny portion of cold oatmeal, one hard-boiled egg, and a few pieces of raw vegetables. They also described going long stretches without being fed by the production. There were times when the production staff gave out small feastable chocolate bars and filmed some people eating and praising the candy. Contestants with food allergies and dietary restrictions struggled more than others. Before the competition, people filled out forms detailing their dietary needs. An FAQ document was provided to contestants in advance of the event and said that all dietary and food restrictions would be taken into consideration. However, several contestants claimed to be served food they were allergic to and that alternatives hadn't been provided. "We were treated horribly," a contestant said. "They took on this challenge of 2,000 competitors. They should have known they needed an enormous crew to handle this correctly." So now that producers have trapped and isolated borderline toxic people who are malnourished and pumped with alcohol, at the very least, a good night's sleep would be their last chance to recalibrate. Well, they don't get that either, because sleep deprivation is one of the most messed up but crucial parts of the reality show entertainment formula.
With Villa Light, there's no clocks. What they was doing was like keeping you up really late, waking you up early, so then you're going to react more because you like basically got sleep deprivation.
Most competition reality shows follow a similar daily routine. Wake up early in the morning, typically around 7 a.m. Then they go do their competitions or tasks for the day. Then in the evenings, they talk strategy or socialize with another while getting drunk. Now you have to keep in mind that producers' top priority is to get 45 minutes of watchable television each day. They can count on roughly half of the airtime coming from the actual competitions or tasks, but the other half needs to be the all-too-sweet drama that everyone craves. nerves. And if the day is coming to an end and they don't think they have enough, they will keep the contestants awake. For 3 years, Sarah Shapiro worked as a producer on the reality show The Bachelor. Her task, as she recalls it, was to get the contestants to open up and to give them terrible advice and to deprive them of sleep. She sees it now as complicated manipulation through friendship. In Jeremy Hartwell's lawsuit against Love is Blind, he said that they implemented what was called night dating. We didn't have clocks or anything, so it's hard to know exactly when it happened, but typically the night dates would last until about 2 a.m. He estimates that between getting back to his hotel room at 3 a.m. and being expected in the lobby at 7:15 a.m., he got 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night. On the challenge, cast members have reported being kept up until 3 or 4 a.m. and then forced into physically demanding tasks just a few hours later. On Love Island, lights in the villa stay on until producers decide it's time for bed, and contestants are often woken up abruptly for surprise challenges. The lights are on the entire time during Big Brother taping, even when the contestants are asleep. Interestingly enough, this is the same tactic that is used by the toughest maximum security prison in El Salvador. Privacy and sleeping with the lights off is considered a privilege.
The modules are kept lit all day and night for monitoring. When the sun goes down, the lights stay on all the time.
They are constantly being observed. I think this is one of the hardest things. When they try to sleep, they use their towels and cover their eyes to block the light.
And if all this manipulation, control, pushing contestants to their breaking point still isn't enough to make a good show, producers have one final weapon. They'll rewrite reality itself through a process known as frankenbiting. Frankenbiting is the editing technique reality TV producers use to reshape a contestant's words and actions into whatever storyline they want, even if it's not what actually happened. Editors take small clips of dialogue, sometimes even single words or reactions, and stitch them together to create entirely new sentences or emotional responses that never happened in real life. Now, a lot of the time, this seems to be completely innocuous. Like this clip from The Bachelor. The girl who says, "shut up," is spliced into the edit to make it look like she interrupted Corinne.
I know that I may not be everyone's favorite person.
Shut up.
And I feel like there's like things going on behind my back, or comments or whispers. And
in that moment in real life, when Corinne was talking, Jamie did not interrupt her and say "shut up." That was taken from an entirely different moment out of context. And then the women who are shown laughing after Jamie says "shut up" was also clearly taken out of context. This happens so often in reality TV, and it's extremely clunky to watch. It often makes me wonder how people get so invested when you can see that things are manipulated even for the smallest reasons. However, sometimes situations are chopped up so much and narratives are so distorted that it's shameful producers got away with it. On season 1 of Joe Millionaire in 2003, Sarah Kozer was being portrayed as the bad girl. Producers set up a scene where Sarah and Evan go for a walk into the dark yard where the cameras cannot capture them. They took audio from Sarah getting a back massage from another female castmate hours before and then put it over a vague panning shot of the backyard and made it seem like she was giving Evan top in the woods.
It made it look like she gave him head in the woods.
They just
But
implied
even when
it.
Sarah tried to go to the press after the show was over and convince everyone that the whole scene was taken out of context, people around the world were not convinced.
Let me take a couple of calls. All right, let's go to Randy. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, Howard, how are you?
Yeah.
Howard Stern.
Howard, let me tell you something. You're making up this whole story about you were set up. You were in love with that guy. You were all over him. You went into the woods. We all heard the sloppy noise.
Right, you know what? I hate to break it to you. I just want you to entertain the possibility that perchance not everything you see on television is exactly
You didn't give moral?
Let me tell you something. Hello? As soon as he didn't pick you and you heard he didn't have the money, you were devastated. You're nothing but a gold digging white trash loser.
Although Sarah Kozer handled this scrutiny from the public with grace, others fell victim to the immense backlash. One of the darkest consequences of reality show editing is how quickly contestants become targets for obsessive, toxic fandoms, which has mostly been aimed towards people who have been labeled as villains on the show. And to some degree, you can't blame the fans. After all, they can only judge a contestant based on what they've seen on the show. But as we know, these shows are barely a reflection of who that person actually actually is. What makes it worse is these mass harassment campaigns often come from fans who believe they're acting on some kind of moral high ground. They'll flood a contestant's social media with hate, send death threats, and in some cases, dig up private information like addresses or family details. Olivia Atwood from Love Island UK opened up about receiving over 3,000 messages a day after her season aired, many of them telling her she didn't deserve to live. Another is Big Brother's Erin Grease, who spoke about how viewers campaigned for her to lose her job after producers portrayed her as a manipulator through selective editing. But sometimes the harassment doesn't end with hateful comments. For some contestants, the public mauling and emotional toll have pushed them beyond their breaking point. A stat that absolutely blew my mind was that at least 40 people have died on their own volition after their appearances on reality TV. Hana Kimura, a female professional wrestler who was among the cast of the popular Japanese reality series Terrace House, died at age 22. She posted a goodbye message on social media after receiving a storm of hate online. Love Island had 2 contestants in back-to-back seasons suffer the same fate. Sophie Graydon, age 32 in 2018, and Mike Thelastis, age 26 in 2019. The Bachelor had 2 women from the same exact season pass, Alexa McAllister and Gia Allemand. What if I told you that the very first person who was ever voted off a reality show in history also suffered the same fate? Would that not be a slight indication of a broken system? In June 1997, Sinisa Savija became the first person in the world to ever be voted off a reality TV competition. The show was called Expedition Robinson. 4 weeks after he was voted off, he walked in front of a train. 9 weeks after that, the first episode of Expedition Robinson aired anyway. Before I started researching this video, I knew reality shows were pretty messed up, but I had no idea just how many tragic losses have been suffered from former contestants and the countless other attempts that have been made. And of course, this fate is never the result of just one thing. It's an incredibly complex and deep decision influenced by countless factors. But when reality shows follow the same formula again and again, calculated casting, 24/7 surveillance, isolating contestants, restricting their diet, flooding them with alcohol, depriving them of sleep, turning them essentially into controlled robots, and then putting all of their worst moments on display to millions of people, it's easy to see the inherent evil reality TV needs to have to create the entertainment. And with so many lives lost, it starts to make you wonder if this obviously broken system will ever change.
Pretty good. I liked it. Thank you, Patrick CC, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Didn't I have a whole bunch of videos queued up?
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Vane 0.020 update summary. This update has had a lot of under the hood work done, but we're pleased to present what we've worked on. As usual with our update summaries, we're only going to go over the biggest changes in the update in this video. The update is now live on Steam, so be sure to check it out when you can. Please be sure to wishlist Vane if you haven't yet, as it helps with visibility on Steam. Let's get into it. One major aspect of this update is performance and stability improvements.
Good.
We've rewritten a variety of netcode for a few systems in the game, such as for conditions, stats, items, inventories, persistent corpses, and decals. We've moved a lot of game code to use asynchronous loading, which should prevent hitches. We've appropriately scaled a ton of textures in the game to use less RAM and VRAM, and we've implemented a new system to save a lot of memory and CPU performance on vehicle loading. The landscape is now streamed in instead of always loaded, and in general, we've managed to significantly decrease the load time of both new games and save games. Let us know how it feels once you check out the update. We've added the ability for you to stack fences vertically. You can no longer destroy stuff that has other stuff built on top of it. They do have a vertical limit, and we want to see what the community will make of this. If it gets abused, we'll deal with it then.
Yeah, fences? I think they probably will be.
In line with the new performance and under the hood changes, we've rewritten the save game system from scratch. It now saves an order of magnitude faster. Rust has been decoupled from vehicle damage, and is a separate property on a vehicle chassis. Vehicles rust over time in wet or humid conditions. You can use steel wool to clean it off, then spray paint the vehicle with paint items. We've added some extra visual features for distant landscapes and trees. Mountain caps and distant landscapes should now be more visible from a distance. We added rabbits and boars for hunting purposes. There's a new skin tone selection and facial preset selection system in character creation. We're going to be adding more presets and skin tones over time as we can afford it. This should allow for more unique characters than were previously possible. We've added the UN P9 SMG. If you've played modern first-person shooter games, I'm sure you recognize what this is based on. It fires a unique 50-round magazine chambered in 5.56mm at 950 rounds per minute. We've improved the planting and gardening UI. It now displays more information and color codes that information for you. We added a right-click context menu to inventory items to quickly use them. Their tooltips also now indicate their stack and weight. You can now build fluorescent lights for your base as an alternative to the classic floodlight. We've rewritten the bed system in multiplayer. In multiplayer, when you sleep in a bed, you can have up to 10 slots to save. You can select from these when you respawn. These each have a timeout to prevent abuse, and if the bed is destroyed or someone else has a utility cabinet nearby, you cannot use it. We welcome feedback on this as we're not really sure how it'll be taken. We've added a fish journal and, in general, a wildlife catalog system. We intend this to be a jumping-off point for our hunting systems. Fish now have a length and a weight, and certain fish only spawn in certain seasons, times, and weather conditions. There aren't many fish right now, and the wildlife system is only implemented for fish right now, but we intend to expand this across a few different animals in nature. Finally, we've updated the in-game map to reflect the total size of the final game map. As stated in our frequently asked questions page, the final map is going to be 14.5 by 14.5 kilometers in area. On the current map, you can see the demo area as well as our planned early access area, which is currently being filled in. That about sums up the major updates in 0.020. As always, there are many more minor updates which you can look at on the Steam announcement patch notes, linked in the description. If you haven't done so yet, please consider giving us a free wishlist on Steam. If you are so inclined, you can also donate to the game's development via the link in the description. If this video is up, then 0.020 is live for free on Steam. Give it a try when you can, and let us know what you think. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hells yeah, Vane Brothers, or whatever your deal is. I love you guys. Thank you for making such a good game. I like Vane. I think it's a great game. I'm excited for a new iteration. Maybe I'll pop into Vane. I wonder if Vane... Oh, yeah, no, I guess I've just probably got it installed. Vane might not be on EAC. I wonder if I can just launch it. Let's see. Probably not. It'll be like, you're on a different game. That's Vane's not on my list. How big is it? 40 gigs. We'll keep it on the F drive. My F drive's getting full. I'm gonna have to move stuff to like my E drive. Or no, I'm out. I'm gonna have to buy a new hard drive probably next month. I'll have to buy a new. I want to buy like a nice fancy 5 terabyte drive. And just direct all my stuff to save to that, and retire this drive as a zombie apocalypse library branch. I've got, I don't know, 10 terabytes worth of music, television, and movies and stuff, something like that. Anything I like, I just download, because I'm scared the grid's gonna go down. If it does, I'll have entertainment. As long as I have solar and a computer, which might not happen anymore. If it'll probably be okay. I can probably find enough computers to go through the rest of my life or whatever. Sometimes I think about buying like 5 new computers just so, you know, and it's expensive. It's like $10,000. But then no matter what, you've got like working, like when I buy a gaming rig, I buy 2 of them maybe and just keep one in a box and the other one, you know, and just let it sit for 5 years and then just sell it in its box unopened, right? If you don't use it. But then you always have a brand new gaming rig just sitting there waiting if the old one fucks out. You know, you just plug a new one in, right? Because if the grid goes down, what do you do about computers? And so I kind of do want to, you know, I do want to buy 2 gaming rigs, not just 1 but 2. And one I want to keep in a box for 5 fucking years if it doesn't, if it doesn't sell. Or sorry, if the grid doesn't go down, then I sell it. And you know, and then I just take the money that I got, put that, you know, I'll probably lose like $1,500 that way, but I feel insured, like no matter what, if my rig goes right, like, so what I'm most scared of is like, if the grid goes down tomorrow, but my computer dies today, then what? Do I just go buy another computer? Because at that point, all of the computers probably become on lockdown by shitheads with guns and people. And then how do you get another gaming rig, right? So I'm like, man, I should maybe buy like 2 gaming rigs on the assumption that that'll get me through 20 years in the hopes that maybe in 20 years somebody offers like a gaming rig for trade or something like that. I don't know, but it's like weird. Like I get scared about my addiction to digital devices ending because the grid going down. I get scared about that. Like, when my family transition happens, I might spend like 10 grand of the family money on just like 2 gaming rigs, 1 brand new, the other one just to sit there unopened, right? And I'll videotape the thing arriving, and I'll be like, keep this, and I'll put the videotape in a file. And I'll be like, here's me receiving this item. I'll sell 2 files with it. Like, here's me receiving this item. Here's me selling it 5 years later, right? And they'll know that it's like a legitimate item. And, yeah, and I'll sell like a brand new Alienware R14 or whatever. Brand new Alienware unopened Aurora R14, right? And I'll sell it brand new, unopened in box. It's, you know, it's 5 years old. I want like, you know, $700 for it or something, right? And they're going to like brand new, like never opened, right? They're going to be like, oh, wow. And yeah, and I'll be like, yep, I bought 2 of these and I never did use this second one, you know, and that's the truth, right? And then, and that way I probably lose like, you know, $1,500, but I'm covered, you know, for not that much money, for like 6 grand. It'll be 6 grand. It's not 10 grand. It's like 6 grand. I go out there, or I don't go out there. I go online and I go to, you know, I'm gonna go to Alienware. I love my Alienware rig. It was the best thing I've ever owned in my entire goddamn life. I really feel it is. This Alienware rig was the best thing I ever bought. The RAM was insufficient when I bought it, but I didn't know RAM could be insufficient. And I fought my friends when they told me about this. But I mean, like, I didn't know RAM could be insufficient. We were always taught that 16 gigs of RAM was good enough for, you know, for like any modern gaming. That's what I've always heard from the gaming rags and stuff. So, but no, they were desperately wrong. Like, the better the RAM, the better. So, yeah. So like the week that my mother dies, they're gonna send like a life insurance payment or whatever, and I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna buy 2 new gaming rigs and a projector, you know, and I'll use one and I'll stash the other in my bedroom and I'll sleep by it, you know. I'll put it by my safe, you know. And I mean, I have a safe, but I don't have anything in it. But yeah, yeah, that's what I think. Like, people keep their jewelry and stuff in a safe. I want another computer. I want another brand new gaming rig that I can just plug in to a solar panel. And I'll also buy like a really good solid solar panel that I can just plug in a television into, like a television and a computer into. That's all I really need. Like in a light, right? The television is the light. I don't need a light. The television is a light. And I'll pass time hunting for food, I have a well on my land, so water, you know, water isn't a concern, and I don't think this is going to happen, but there's several things that could happen. Like, for instance, I live near Mount Rainier, and I've been doing the research on that because I've heard people in the local tell me that we live by a bomb. I heard that a bunch when I was a taxi driver. They're like, do you know what Mount Rainier is? And I'm like, no. And they're like, it's a bomb. And I was like, oh, really? It's gonna erupt? And they're like, yes. And then I watched a video recently, and it scared the shit out of me. Mount Rainier is a very, very active volcano that does blow, and we live like at the base of it basically, and it causes these things called they're like mudslides because it's like got like 15 or it's got like 17 glacier caps on Mount Rainier. It's a lot of glaciers for how big the mountain is. It's a very tall mountain. But when the volcanic heat hits the glacier, it all melts and it creates this 100-foot high like sludge that just destroys everything around it, like Pompeii. And that's what I live in the shadow of, which is why I think the homes are so cheap here. It's insane. They're not cheap here. At least they were up until, the Republicans started to win in the year 2000 and ruined our fucking country. But I mean, the homes were cheap up until about the year 2000 before, Baby Bush came in. And people lived here for reasonable, Boeing salaries and stuff. But now it's just, it's corpo ran. It's too expensive to live out here. It's fucking annoying. The boonies have been destroyed. Nice. I didn't know Satish was here. Yeah. Oh, look, I found a mining helmet. That's very good. I guess I can toss the candle hat, but it is fuel. I want to attempt to kill the bear, but I don't know. This is... Oh, yeah, I have flame arrows I can train, so we can attempt to kill the bear from distance. I want to really land the flame arrow hit because it really hurts him. Oh, look, he was low. This is why you always take the shot, kids. It's Wayne Gretzky, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So you might be like, oh, I don't want to fight the bear or whatever, but no, fight the bear. He who dares wins. Dump those for a minute and convert it. Yeah, nice. We can put the fuel in my fuel helmet. Yep. 9 bear meat is good because I don't have any food. Yep, that's all a really good load, so I guess I'll just go home. Here's some scrap, I guess. I have a pick if I see nodes. Because, man, the nodes are scarce. There's a free generator. It's definitely better than a wood plank. I'll put the generator in... Or, well, I don't know. I'll put cloth in that, and then I'll put this in there, and that way I can keep picking stuff up. I suppose I could recycle to remedy this, because I am standing at the recycler pretty much. Yeah, I might as well recycle. So, just gonna check and see if anybody else popped up. Nope, Cave Kiwi I trust. That might even be a friend. We don't know. It looks like a friend of mine, Dino Nuggets. Now, he started it, but all these other people do it now. But this little smiley, I've seen this before, and it was one of my best friends. It's kind of funny. I wonder sometimes if I'm being visited, Oh, shit, you scared the flying fuck out of me, you asshole. I want to open Aoka if I can get it, because it'll kill him. Yeah! Oh, don't bite me! No! Don't bite me, asshole. Can't turn around, he'll bite me. Look, are you glitched? Yes, you are. Let's use it. Headshot. Ooh, it caused it to glitch. Come on, dud. Dud, you son of a bitch. Dud. Come on, dud. Come on, dud. It might have like a 30-second delayed fuse. Come on, dud, bitch. Nope. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Give me a drink. Okay. took quite the journey inland, and I am in some danger now. I should leave. I'm not in danger, but I mean, it's only a matter of time before somebody else comes across, you know? So we just try and stay away from monuments. What's that? Ooh, drop it here. Drop it here. Hex, hex. Drop it here. Drop it here. Drop it here. Drop it here. You know it's for me. Drop that for me. It's mine. Drop that for me. It's mine. Drop that for me. It's mine. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Look, what's that? It's a monument? Some kind of monument? I don't know. Oh, you didn't drop? Fuck. Feels safe out here to chop trees. There's some rando place that I didn't tell anybody I was going to. A lot safer, you know? Fuck, it's 88 degrees in here with 3 fans. It's fucking unreasonable. At least my computer has a really good pump in it now. You know, I put the best pump that I could get in my computer. It wasn't even, it was like a totally custom part too. It's like meant to fucking do its job. It's an expensive part. It was like 150 bucks. And I was like, I need a cooler. I need a real pump that can keep this computer fucking cool in the hot summer, you know? Oh, look, it did drop, but it's like maybe too far. Yeah, it's way east. I mean, I could go to Harbor, I suppose. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think I can get it. It's so far out of the way that I don't really want to. It's unfortunate. Normally I would go to it if I was maining rest, but I'm actually just trying to like get off to go play other games. Son of a bitch, give me a drink. I hate that song. They played it way too much. I love Rust because it's mindless. I don't have to think about quests. I don't have to think about stupid ass where did the NPCs spawn? Is there enough spawns? Is there competition? I don't have to think about opening doors or closing doors. I can just walk through the door in a second without shitty combat animations. There's no problems with the combat animations. You can see it as I pull out a weapon. It's, you know, it sucks to pull out a crossbow because it's big, but it doesn't suck to pull out a bow. It's not too slow. You know, there's a lot of things about the game. You know, if it's right, you know, that animation's right for a bow. That's about right. It's fucking fast. Immortal's terrible to draw and fire a bow. It's like fucking 8 seconds or something. And it's mindless. I can just, if I wanted to, I could just make a decision right here to just mindless over to the fucking, to that thing, but I have to recycle. So instead of mindlessly going to Lighthouse, I'll just, you know, because there's probably a road all the way to Lighthouse. It probably doesn't have loot, but there's probably a road all the way to Lighthouse. There is. Or I could just swim there from Fishing Village. It'd probably take like 5 seconds to reach the Lighthouse from Fishing Village. I didn't really think about that, but Lighthouse is fuck close to this Fishing Village, and I can just swim to it really fast with a pair of flippers. And swimming doesn't cost anything. I don't know, the jacket is an asset. It's all kind of an asset, except for that blocker. Maybe I do, no, I don't like blockers. I don't use them. Everything here is an asset that I don't want to let go of, so I'm just going to go put it all away. And this concludes this run. I'm going to park my tugboat out there in snow where they can't just swim to me naked and camp me. But look, it's right over there. I can just park it snow. Like, you know, if you're like out a little bit from the land, and then they can't even swim to me without dying. They'll have to get like gear to even swim to me. And if they get wet, they can't place down a campfire. I didn't really realize it, but this is where I want to live, and this is where I'll live in the future too. This nice fishing village at the edge of snow, because I can just drive into snow here and park out in the middle of the fucking water, and I don't care if they see me. They can land a heli on me and raid me. And that sucks, you know, that sucks for me. But I mean, you know, overall, like, I don't care. I'll just go get more loot. I mean, the loot I don't value, frankly. Yep. And so we go out to snow where it's verifiably snow. You know, it's, yeah, this is like verifiably snow. I'm out in snow water right here. It will pause right the fuck here. That way I can get back to Fishing Village fuck quick. It took me, what, like 60 seconds or something. Yeah, I'm gonna just ride the boat back to Fishing Village. I didn't even turn on turbo. I should have. I keep forgetting. We're about to get a level. It's good. Spotty connection. Am I DCing? No, I'm probably downloading this 40 gig game. Yeah, I'm probably downloading this 40 gig game. It's fine. Is it affecting my stream? No. So 149 scrap. I do want to learn this this thing. Got 9 meat. I got a generator, which I wish I could put on I wish I could put generator on the fucking boat. That would fix all the problems. Why can't you put a generator on a boat? It's dumb. They said they were going to do a tugboat rethink, and that's good. They just have to spend time on it, was all. So... yeah, tugboat should be a really huge, like, popular asset that people should consider a part of their repertoire, pretty much. And I don't think that was the reception, which is kind of sad for them. There we go. We're doing a little bit better in water. I'm inclined to build a freshwater base out there, just like a little 2x2 with a gap in the center where I can get water from. Yeah, because who cares? But I don't have stone. I've got metal, but I don't have stone. Stone's a thing. You actually kind of do need stones, so I'm going to go out there and look for stone now. Oh, right, I got another bow. Maybe I'll make some bone arrows. I'm starting to dig bone arrows. Yeah, make me like 7 bone arrows or whatever. I'll put those for crossbow. We want the crossbow bow to, the crossbow strike to hit. So there we go. It's good. Rather than an axe, I could bring a chainsaw because I have several of them now. I think. Let's just verify. But do I have another chainsaw? No. Have I researched chainsaw? No, which I should. I'll do it. It's fine. They are leaving me alone, which is something new. That is, like, fucking new. I gotta say, it's weird that the fucking freaks are leaving me alone. Like, thank God, you know? Thank God. Maybe 4 years have passed, and maybe they've just got better. We can all pray that they got better. I'm being left alone. It's good, you know? It's good. It means they're not relapsing. They're, like, getting better. They're, like, becoming grown adults or whatever it is, and they're becoming human beings, and they're like, understanding that I'm just some dude, you know? Hopefully. And that I don't know them, and you know, the obsession's not welcome, you know. Grown men don't do this to each other. It's like having a crush in high school or something stupid. Grown, reasonable, like, awesome men, they don't treat each other like stalking or that kind of thing. It's not something real men do. That's, like, something... like, really dirty, rotten scoundrel thing to do, you know. Oh yeah, we fucking got it. Bring Mazara's doll. Wait, there's not enough space? Wait, whoa. The doll is too big for the... oh, right, because I don't have a Corvette. Oops. That's okay. Let's do it. Here's some kind of node. Anyways, I'm going to switch over. DLSS and Lossless is actually really so fucking good. Cyberpunk is $21 right now, and I would normally buy it. I want to buy that game, Cyberpunk for $21, because it's like, I buy that game once a year, and if it sucks, I return it. Maybe it's better, you know? Maybe it's finally better, we don't know. I don't think it is. It's too storyline based and not combat based enough. Yeah, Vane is an option. You can play some Vane. There's a train. They're like showing some action. Wow. Oh no. Let's watch that.
That joke?
And if I see up jokes,
Does he even have an office? Is this real? Is he making a summer or has been a fake engineer for 10 years video? Which I wish there was like a summarization, because I don't want to watch like 38 minutes of Mudahar talking about Mudahar. Are you live streaming it? Yeah, I will. There's also the TikTok lady that's in love with her psychiatrist. There's also an insane civil war right now among like 5 right-wing influencer women. I do want to cover this. I do have to cover this. Okay? There's an insane civil war brewing among 5 right-wing influencer women, because one of them posted an engagement pic and another had a rude comment about her finger size.
Finger size.
And now the insults are all along these
Finger
lines.
size.
You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at TPUSA.
You've got fat fingers.
And there were families around. You brag about having sex with married MAGA dads and doing drugs. You have been completely ran through by both single and married men.
Yeah, that sounds like Republicans.
You call young virgins losers and encourage them to have premarital sex, and you're pro-abortion. This is what kicked off the right-wing influencer women feud, for those who asked. Pearl, I guess this is this Pearly thing, says hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market. In parentheses,
Hottest
conservative
right-wing
women
e-girl.
will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. Okay? To Sarah Stock. To which Sarah Stock responds with, once you stop getting ran through by black guys, it could happen to you too.
What?
Apparently it wasn't about the finger size, it was the diamond size, saying that the diamond is small, not the finger. Sarah Stock is the insane racist that's at every Jubilee debate. The Nazi ladies are infighting once again, which of course is entertaining. If you guys have more info on this, I remember I looked at like some Twitter threads. I feel like I saw some Twitter shit. What is this? I found a 1-minute version of the Mudahar drama slot video, but 1 minute might still be a waste of time. Okay, let's hear it.
38 minutes. Mudahar has allegedly been lying about being an engineer for over a decade. Creator Nick Andrews dug through Mudahar's old videos and exposed that Mudahar never finished university. He dropped out after just 1 semester and a science degree. He showed clips where Mudahar admits it himself. In one video, Mudahar said, I'm a dropout myself, I've never finished university. And Mudahar also said in another video, people think I'm like some effing crazy degree holder. It's like, no. I would have been way more in university debt if I went that effing route. He had constantly called himself a computer engineer, cybersecurity expert, and over the years, he's contradicted himself a lot, sometimes saying he was a video engineer. He said in one video, I'm a video engineer now, other times investor or CEO, but in reality, he's just a self-learned tech guy and a full-time YouTuber who uploads daily, and in Canada, where Mudahar lives, it's allegedly illegal to
20
be an
jumps.
engineer if you're not.
Frugo Madi.
Mudahar allegedly
Oh
is,
my God.
I'm a computer engineer. Reminds me of another quote, I used to work at Blizzard for 7 years.
Oh no! Oh no! Wait, you can't.
Let's
you can't
pray
just,
I
like,
make it
lie
through
about
nullsec.
being an engineer in Canada. That's kind of crazy. That's illegal in Canada. What the? I mean, great. That's funny. I mean, there was a time where computer people were getting hired up the ass without degrees. Canada's pretty weird about engineering. They have like a ceremony where you graduate. It's like that for many professions. I would give it a watch. It's not he lied about having an engineering job. I heard that he lied about being an engineer. I heard he lied about like his degree. I heard he also, I heard he was like lying about like how much he was working in general. Like it was an impossible amount. Like he was just basically saying that like he was basically presenting this reality that is impossible to exist.
Even that time, he disavowed his longtime friend, Nakstaku. But then he took the video down and apologized. Apparently, he overreacted to a video criticizing him for watching lowly hentai with Nakstaku, and not for anything else.
Yeah. Those videos?
That's a video I'm still working on, and this video you're about to watch right now is a little appetizer I've cut out of its body of research, because it was getting...
Oh, ever given, ever taken away is hilarious.
Despite saying he would quit drama, not only did Mudahar return to drama, he decided...
I get watching other people's videos all you're good at. I've never defended her back. These really
Decided to join forces with Ethan Klein to go after Hassan Piker. It's an odd choice because Ethan doesn't exactly have the highest opinion of Mutahar.
Do you have the part where Mutahar runs outside with a gun?
I don't, but
I'm like, dude, these people are insane. Boogie is not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mutahar goes, oh shit, is someone stealing my car? And he runs outside with a gun.
Yeah.
And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, oh no, it's chill, just my brother.
Wait, he just walked into a corner of his room that wasn't visible on camera and cocked an airsoft pistol? Wait a minute. These guys hate.
They're all like this. My best friend's sort of like
a hater
this.
that was doing a death threat to me. In kind though, they farmed that shit into oblivion.
Oh my God. This pseudo badass weird shtick he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he needs to act like cool and that he's so successful and rich. He tells Boogie, dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a deep and day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, that's pretty funny. But like, uploading every day, I really got turned off by Mutahar in that one, man. Really did.
So Mutahar is a
What's wrong with
poser
that?
and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube.
No, he's talking about Mutahar,
But
who he's now good friends with.
who has the time to watch through over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same result with only a few hours of effort. I can just search all of his video transcripts at once for certain keywords and timeline the claims he's made.
I play video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm not working. I wake up, I scratch my balls, I do my job, and then I play some...
I scratch my balls, I do my job.
Video games. I wake up, scratch my balls.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
Just play some Mass Effect, make a video.
I mean, that's what I do too.
Who's on this stock work, and that's it. I wake up.
I mean, that's what I do.
Scratch my balls, and I play some Mass Effect, okay? I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls, I play
Diablo 4, fuck Diablo 4, or I don't know, is this Path of Exile? I don't know.
Around with Linux, some video games, and that's my life, dude.
Yeah, that's my
Before we
life.
get
I mean,
into
he's
it,
honest.
But isn't this stalking? Isn't this a violation of privacy? No, I am going by information.
When is that gun threat trial the real YouTube lawyer said was going to happen? How are you going to react to that one? Yeah,
It's weird. I've been thinking a lot about how I'm on disability. I can't take real money from anybody because it would end my disability, so I have shut off my chat. And it took me a long time to understand what the direct reason was, and I'm able to say it very clearly now. Maybe I should put it in my things. In moderation is this thing that I force them to read. I don't want to yell kickers. I'm not your dad, so I do not read the chat. I am on disability with the government. No, I don't need to volunteer it. No, I mean, I had the reason. It also disrupts my videos really bad. So I mean, and I don't want that. I don't want to have to hear a ding and go, "Thank you for the sub, thank you for the sub." But like in the middle of the video, I don't want to do that. I just want the video to be me playing video games. Maybe I'm purist, maybe I'm lazy. I don't know what you can call it what you want. But I don't want a whole bunch of stream business interrupting 50 years of long form. I don't want it. I don't have even the Eve lady was interrupting it too much with her AI voice, and I killed her voice eventually in the end. Because it's just too much disruption to my fucking stream all the time. So I mean, that's part of it too. It's hard to describe it. But let's see. I do not read the chat, but I do read DMs. Feel free to. No, that's it. Those are the rules. Yeah, those are good. I said them well. I don't have to explain why I don't chase money all the time. It's because I'm on disability. I can't chase money all the time. If I ask for donations, it's for my fucking, like, my family. I spend the money on games so that my family doesn't have to spend money on games. You know? I've been thinking about this a lot. I don't know which. I would hope that there was a word for this. It's not non-profit because I do need the money to buy games and pay for computers and streams and keep this all running. But it's, I mean, it is for profit, and I would take $20 million a year to do this. I would, you know, I work hard at what I do. But I can't do the chat because it's kind of like encouraging them to donate to me or whatever. And I don't want to do that. I do want to encourage them to donate to me. But I don't want to do it actively by being their community. I don't want to be there for them in that respect because I can't be. The more community I build, the more money I make, the more likely it is they'll bump me off disability. Then 10 years later, maybe I'm not so popular anymore. Then they don't, you know, donate to me anymore. Then what? Then I'm just, you know, forced to go back working cashier jobs or whatever? No, I'm just going to be on disability. I mean, that's what I should. My life didn't get good until I went on disability. My life was terrible until I got on disability. Then it all changed. It was like, oh, thank God I received some aid and, you know, I can help live and do what I do, and I can be productive and do a job and donate my time and be there for a family and be a caretaker and all this other stuff. I couldn't do what I need to do, you know? Working dead-end jobs with dead-end fucking drug addictions. And so now I think about it all the time. I'm like, should I even ask for donations? Is that evil, you know? Is it evil to ask for donations even? I don't know. I don't think it is. It's just, you know, but I don't make it my living. I don't go, hey, for a sub, I'll do this, or oh, I'm taking a sponsorship or anything like that. I'll never take a sponsorship. I'll never, you know, I don't think I'll ever take a sponsorship. I mean, I'll take a sponsorship, but it would have to be a lot of money, you know? I doubt it. It would have to be 7 figures, you know? And they're not going to do that, so... Even then, what then? So let's say 10 years pass and I spend $100,000 a year or whatever, like, you know, just living. Then what? Then the $1 million is gone, and 10 years later, you're like, they're working a dead-end cashier job again or whatever, and that's my problem. I can't go back to the gutter and do drugs and be a burnout fucking cashier the rest of my life. I can't do that. I want the disability help for my Asperger's that I should have gotten in the first fucking place, and I want to just live. I have opposition authority because I had a man break my fucking ribs and then they tossed me in the back of a paddy wagon for 2 hours and tortured me. And I've got opposition authority. I don't ever want a boss ever again. I can't handle my mother bossing me around. I can't handle anybody telling me what to do. I'll tell them right to their face too. It's sad, but a whole bunch of times in my life I've just said it straight bald-faced to my mother. I've been like, you seem to be under this sick, sad assumption that I care what you think about my personal life. I've had to say it right to her fucking face before. And she's like, oh, that's how you actually feel? And I'm like, yeah. I'm sorry. I've smoked a lot of meth. I've smoked a lot of heroin. I've been a terrible bandit guy. I've done terrible things. Not like, you know, rape or murder or harming people. Just a lot of thievery and bullshit, you know? And I don't, you know, I'm not a perfect person, but I did all that because I couldn't work a job, I couldn't keep a job, I couldn't pay the rent, I have opposition authority, I can't handle a boss telling me what to do, I don't know. And when you tell the right people, they're like, oh, so you're like a broken person, you can't function. I'm like, yeah, I can't function. I don't have any friends. I don't have any money. I haven't owned anything in a long time besides what it takes to live. I haven't been able to keep a job, etc. Oh no, why are we killing me? No, jump. Sanchez Plague. Well, at least it's the Ibis and not me. I don't know, is this common? They'll pop me next time around, but I mean, the shields will come back over time, whatever. I don't care. I don't care to pay attention to it. It's like an hour of meaningless travel that's mainly just about enjoying the journey or whatever, and I'm doing that by alt-tabbing. I'm enjoying the journey by not being forced to stare at a ship in space for 45 minutes or whatever. Okay, this won't reset. I'm done on this game. To get out. I can't remember if it's my chest cooldown yet or not on New Worlds, and I'd like to get sort of incidental stuff done right now, so it doesn't take long to pop in and check. I haven't played Starfield in a little while, but I mean, it's nice to give myself a break because I did play pretty solid for like a week there, or something. It was like a week. Yeah, and I like Starfield, but it's a single-player game. It's hard. This is the MMO lifestyle.
I don't know. Do those people that like constantly farm drama or go to the drama farms like the slob tubers and shit, do they ever go, hey man, remember when you said this is like your profession, like you're a lawyer, and then like you said that there would be criminal repercussions for this, and then like that never happened? Do they ever call into question the authority that these guys have? Because get your balls checked out, man. Holy shit. I'm big balls.
Mutaha has made public through pieces of media he's voluntarily published on his YouTube channel, or public media appearances he has consented to. I'm also using information from a video that shows his LinkedIn page, which is something he seems to be cool with. He can do whatever he wants in his private life, but if he's claiming to be a doctor or an engineer to make his perspectives more valuable to an audience, validating the truthfulness of these claims about his life become a matter of public interest. If a history channel was receiving undisclosed funding from a foreign state, publishing that information...
I like this helmet, but I've worn it a long time.
Even if that knowledge was gained through violations of privacy. Violating someone's privacy to humiliate them by exposing their browsing habits would not be in the public interest. But I haven't gone there, and I don't need to. I also completely disavow and denounce any kind of harassment or actual stalking behavior. Based on my findings, Mutaha has consistently claimed that YouTube isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job. Thank God my job isn't YouTube. YouTube is not my job. 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 I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Like, I work a regular job every day. I go to my office, I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me.
So, what is that job?
Oh my god, remember when you were getting flagged for the social battery thing and he doubled down on Twitter after finding out the context, talking about how YouTube isn't his job? You said he was being contrarian for the sake of it? Wait, Mutahar did that? I don't even remember. He jumped on that too? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mr. 9 to 5, dude.
If you ask Mutahar's fans, they think he's a cybersecurity expert, an IT professional, a video editor. Ethan said, day trader. There seems to be an awful lot of uncertainty about this definitely
Clearly,
new
he has
job
level 100 OPSEC and has successfully hidden his true job through multiple VMs.
that Mutahar has. Mutahar's also insisted throughout his career that he is an engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer.
Goddamn engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm only an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just an engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, being an engineer, I don't have to tell you as an engineer. I'm just
Are they gonna do this to me?
I'm an engineer. As an engineer.
God.
As an engineer. I'm an engineer. As somebody that is an engineer. As an engineer.
I'm a meth addict. I'm a meth addict. I'm a heroin addict.
Somebody that is an engineer. I'm an engineer.
I'm a meth addict. I'm a
There's
heroin
multiple
addict.
types of engineers, so what kind of engineer is he?
I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a
I sit
YouTuber.
down
Why are you asking
with
me?
code. And I'm just like a computer engineer by default. Like, I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. You want to talk about cyber warfare? I'm a computer engineer by trade. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer. No, I'm a computer engineer.
It's like pirate
I'm a
software.
computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
In the United States, people throw around the but in Canada, it's a bit more protected, especially in Ontario where Mutahar lives. Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just a guy who looks stuff up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. The Ontario Engineering Regulatory Body, Professional Engineers Ontario...
Oh no, it's
Wait,
illegal.
That's real? That's like an actual...
It might be.
Canada is nutty, dude.
Yeah.
I think he's a computer engineer. Buddy, you're going to want to keep watching the video. I mean, he said it so many times. What would lead you into believing that he's not a real engineer? I think he's calling the people that he's talking to engineer, and he's claiming to be a computer. Here's a clip of him calling you out.
Oh, this was a period where, like, Hassan Piker, a big popular communist socialist commentator, where he made a take where he was like, after streaming for like 12
Communist
hours, my batteries
socialist
get
is what he
drained.
says.
And I was just like, I don't really agree. Like, I worked in a 60-hour work week where it was like, bro, you come home from work, it's like, dude, oh, is that right? Like, to be a YouTuber and streamer, like a podcaster, bro, we had like the most
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
best job in existence.
Best job I ever had. Best job
You know,
I ever had.
you know what my days are like? Like, it's literally.
I love
it's
my
thing for
I love
a lot
my
of people
job.
that watch me, it's waking up, scratching my ass, and going like, "Damn, I want to talk."
Bro, he's always scratching his balls and his ass. What? Why is his balls and his asshole so
They all
scratchy?
talk like this.
He
It's so
just
weird.
seemingly shoves that in to every conversation, even this 50-second video. Why the f*** is he always scratching his dick and balls, brother?
Crazy shit today, right? Like, that's the best job in existence, right? So,
I agree with this,
you
by
know,
the way.
I get it. You're streaming for 12 hours a day. You probably don't want to say hi to anybody afterwards, right? But it's like, dude, that is the kind of social optics you probably never want to have.
I like that even when he understood the context of it, he was still clapping.
Aims to take offense to even titles like software engineer being used instead of software developer, but they do make an exception for terms like train engineer,
It's illegal. It's also illegal to call yourself an interior designer in Ontario if you aren't registered with the DDA, which is weirder. What the bro? Canada is crazy, dude. I guess like they have that degree of regulation in order to like avoid people conning people. You know what I mean? Oh, Ironically enough, it's literally because people like Mutahar claim that they're an engineer and then try to convince people about whatever they're convincing them about. And I assume the regulation exists specifically to stop that from happening, which is, to my American
Very
mind,
comical.
that sounds so insane. But perhaps that's the reason why we have so many con men in this stupid country where a reality TV star can become the goddamn president by convincing millions of Americans that he's gonna run the country like a business. You got 7 bankruptcies. What do you mean you're gonna run the country like a business? We're seeing how he's running the country like Trump Steaks or Trump University or the Trump Casino right now. Molesting the money.
cast engineer, or sound engineer, which are not professional engineers in the same way that a computer engineer or a civil engineer.
Yeah, it's the same in Norway. It prevents comment and forces the state to provide the education. You're all run by comment. Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. I like when you're as an American, this sounds insane. Okay, at first glance, it sounds insane. And then you realize what America looks like, and you're like, oh, I get why there is regulation around this kind of thing, because we have no protections whatsoever surrounding this. And by the way, a person that would try to implement this as regulatory legislation would get shot. Okay? Like, there's no shot that this could ever be implemented in a country like America. Hell yeah, baby. We're destroying OSHA too. Get YOLO.
Would be. Calling yourself a computer engineer to a public audience is like saying that you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer. You might as well call yourself a doctor or a therapist. For Mutahar to be a licensed computer engineer, for him to be able to legally call himself a computer engineer or an engineer in general, he would need a 4-year...
Even if you graduate from university, you can't call yourself an engineer until you take an ethics test after enough time in an engineering job? Oh my lord.
degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice exam. If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutahar is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit works. Speaking
Okay, I think he was like jokingly saying it.
Like, if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm going to call him an idiot, because he does do idiotic statements.
This controversial opinion. I don't think you need to call yourself a computer science engineer to be able to call Elon an idiot. Additionally funny that he chose to slam that in there as a qualifier, but I guess whatever works, you know?
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer.
Not certain, but I'm sure with the illegal cars of X job is about doing so in the context of offering services or signing contracts. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not illegal to just say you're an engineer randomly.
No,
However,
it's not
it may be
illegal.
problematic if he's leveraging his reputation as an engineer to sell a sponsorship.
Yeah, to
For
sell
instance,
something
I'm
it
not a
is.
lawyer. Yeah, I think the only way that I mean, he's just using it as a prop up tool. I don't know if he actually does do that, but he's just using that to like prop up his arguments, to just be like, I'm an engineer and that's why Elon Musk is stupid.
As just a job title.
This is normal outside the U.S. You can't call yourself an attorney or a lawyer without being admitted to the bar, or a doctor without a degree. Other countries extend this to other jobs, e.g. engineer in Canada, plumber or electrician in Australia.
Mutahar clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years, and he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
But I'm an engineer. I know how this stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer, engineer...
Oh my God, why does he say he's an engineer so much? That's the law
because
in the US
it's
too. Come
being
on
played
now.
for you over and over
in
and over
California, you can say
again.
you're an interior
Out of
decorator, but not
context.
interior designer unless you're accredited. That's the same in the U.S. chatter. Someone else said that as well, but I'm willing to, like, I don't think it's I've never heard of anybody like being unironically prosecuted for something like this. In America, you can say you're a doctor. You know, you literally, it might be illegal, but sure as shit, plenty of people lie about it. Look at every chiropractor, for instance. Every single chiropractor does this. They put on the scrubs, and then they talk about how vaccines make you autistic and gay. Okay, virtually every chiropractor in the United States of America has done some version of what I'm talking about, some version of what Mutahar is doing here.
Somebody who understands computer code, for instance. Hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is. So, what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, like, I think engineering is, like, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So, he would have an engineering degree.
I went to university.
I don't think you've mentioned your actual poli-sci degree, even in the context of political commentary, as much as Muda has mentioned his fake engineering degree and certification. Yeah. I don't ever talk about my degree at all. I don't even talk about, like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't care.
You know? Maybe
Yeah.
I should. I feel like libs respond to that more. I'm like, I have a degree in this. I
have a degree in
This is what
this.
Like, I've brought it up when people have asked me.
Yeah, it'd be fun to get a degree in political
Like,
science.
I have a poli-sci degree. I have a diploma. I graduated with honors. I'm a political engineer. Once a month? No, with his frequency. I should be doing it with the frequency that he's doing it, which is seemingly every video. Dude, like, as a computer science engineer, I think you should sit down when you're pissing. It's like, you didn't need to qualify that. Why did you have to bring up your fake degree / fake profession to explain something that's utterly irrelevant? He literally said, I'm a political science engineer. I'm a political science major, and as a poli-sci degree holder with honors, by the way, I think Elon Musk is not so smart.
For computer sciences, and that's it. Education background, asking because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science.
He's got imposter syndrome about being like a real person.
I was like, okay, no.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on like.
Cum laude, bro. It gives you credibility. Nazi mold fans think you're a college dropout and you have low IQ. I've shut up people in arguments online posting your SS screenshot of your education history. They're Nazi mold fans. Who gives a shit? That's so funny. That's like such a silly appeal to just be like, oh, dude, I graduated with a poli-sci degree with honors. I feel like who gives? Yeah, as a political science degree holder, I'm here to tell you that Asmongold is wrong. I don't think you need that. I don't think you need a poli-sci degree to know Asmongold is wrong, man.
To be in the STEM field, you need to go to university, okay?
I think part of the reason why is also because, like, I'm the only person with just an undergraduate degree in my immediate
science major. Yeah, that's what I went to for college for a little bit, dropped out of it, you know. No, I would have been way more university dead if I went down that route.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer when I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest time.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
So, like, being
I have
a former
aspirations
engineer,
like
I
this.
virtualize like everything. So
It's good to have dreams.
Even an ex-engineer.
The coolest ways possible. I'm like an ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer for
Stop
10
saying
years.
engineer.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you, okay?
which I know is not a real thing, but who knows? Maybe he's just engineering this narrative.
This whole YouTube stuff, it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and, you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice.
He's
now I
so
work as a
much
video
like my
editor.
best
For those of you
friend.
who don't know what I do
It's
outside of
funny.
YouTube, I do that.
The way
I
he
work as a
talks.
video editor
You know.
for my own post stuff. And I still have stress issues nowadays, but, you know, back then
I like
had
Meter
a
Heart.
crazy amount of depression and stress.
I don't care if he has a degree
and so
or
to
not.
counteract that, I decided, you know,
All
why not
humans are
do YouTube?
equal.
And so, you know, one night I went onto the Google Create account and did it. And,
We're all the same
you know,
color
then
in
we
the
started
end.
making videos.
I told you.
Brown in
I'm
the
a guy who used to
ground.
code bank applications. Really boring shit.
Barnacles
Now I'm a
bleach your head when you're dead.
dude who cuts stuff together, all right? Who edits stuff, you know, who does stuff for film, TV, all that stuff. And I can't stress to you all how important that is to me. And you all have inspired me to go out and chase that dream. You all inspired me to sit in front of my computer and make a video when I have some off time, and I love doing it.
Baby Muntaha liked to edit videos, and after starting YouTube, he switched careers from computer engineering to film and television. And this is where his actual education comes in.
I worked in film and TV before I still don't have a fancy degree, okay? There you go, I filmed it, all right? I used my film degree to something.
He calls it a film degree, but it's actually a 2-year broadcasting/videography diploma
Which
he got
is,
from Humber
you know,
College between 2013 and 2015.
Harper
If
College.
he went back to studying
That's
to get
fine.
an actual engineering degree.
Like, I never tell people anything, right? Like, I don't even tell people, I'm not an engineer. I haven't been one for, like, years, like, for eons at this point, right? Like, in internet time.
What he calls him being an engineer is something he did for only a little bit.
Yeah, I call myself a drug dealer, but I was only a drug dealer for, I think, 5.5 years.
You've got 3 choices.
That's not that long.
All right, you got 3 character classes: doctor, engineer, or maybe a lawyer. All right, like that's it. So, you know, I did one of them for a little bit, and then I just pretty much stuck to, this life now.
Imagine if you work as a mechanic in high school, and 10 years after quitting that job, you're still introducing yourself as a mechanical engineer. From 2015 to 2020, he claimed to primarily work as a video editor.
That's because I'm an editor in real life anyway, so ever since I became a video editor, and that was my job in life, I work as a video editor. You know, that's my job.
By trade, what I do for a living is video editing.
I wasn't always a video editor. Am I a passionate video editor? Do I like my job? Yes, I do. My job is video editing. I'm a video editor by trade. No, I'm a video editor. You know, that's how I pay for the strip club in the home.
And initially called himself a video engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit works.
It's not a real engineering job, but he was still calling himself an engineer. In 2019, he conflated being a video engineer with being a computer engineer.
I'm a computer
I don't like this
engineer.
video anymore. I'm gonna get off it.
I guess, like, I'm trying to understand why he did this. Like, maybe he just didn't give a shit. Like, I ultimately don't think it's, like, the most consequential thing. But I know this is exactly the type of shit that people who normally watch commentary channels would love as, like, drama, you know? But I don't even understand why he said it. Because it unironically, it doesn't matter. Even if he didn't say he was an engineer 1 million times over the course of an entire decade, I think his videos would still do well, you know? Like, which is applicable to what I do, ironically enough. He doesn't. I do, right? And yet there has never been a real moment where I've been like, this person is like if I say Asmongold is dumb or not knowledgeable about the issues he speaks on, it's not because I have a poli-sci degree and he doesn't. It's because he's saying dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I care about, you know? I don't really care about a guy who is talking about how to, I don't know, do Linux stuff or whatever, in between talking about how he scratches his balls, like if he's an engineer or not. But other dumbasses will reference him as a software guy they heard it from. I just don't think that, I genuinely don't think that this would have had, if he didn't have this at all in any of his videos, I don't think his career would have taken like a totally different turn, if that makes sense. Asian parents and their relatives pressure, bro, 100% don't underestimate the status of an engineer in South Asian families. I don't know if he did that for his audience. Yeah, but his family knows he's not an engineer, unless he's been lying to them. Imagine Mudahar's family found out that he was lying about being an engineer because they watched commentary YouTube. They watched this guy, they watched Nick Andros, and were like, oh my God, you're not an engineer? What the? You better get your ass back to college right now. That's crazy. Dude, I need Mudahar's engineering to help me with these gray bars, dude.
Well, I really consider a video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people, so...
Maybe this is what he says at family functions to avoid having to tell them his full-time job is making 5 videos a month about you. I don't think he's made that many videos about me. He does chirp quite a bit, but...
And totally different qualifications. One is an actual professional engineer, the other is a job title. In 2020, Mutahar claimed to be an exceptionally successful day trader.
Now, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies turned basic, general second profession of mine is day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to call it. I like to sit in the mornings, sip my coffee, go on the NASDAQ, see what I can look pre-market, buy, sell, and be done by, 11 or something, and call it a day.
Oh, God. Oh, this is classic. Oh, my God. He's just like... He's picked up all the worst things
That
to
guy
lie
lives here.
about too.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's something that I've been doing for almost a year, give a couple months, and it's definitely a very it's a fun part of my lifestyle. I'm a very mathy guy. I do a lot of calculations in my head. I lose money, but I generally have an 80-85% success rate, and that's just the nature of this stuff.
In 2021, he claimed his job was trading and investing.
My job right now, I just sit around and trade and invest. That's what my job is.
But he was still an engineer or a computer engineer. Apparently his dad calls him an engineer who knows computers.
I'm sitting in the room, it's like, when it comes to computers, do you talk about it with my son? Do you act like an intelligent person? Because my son's an engineer, okay? If I'm wrong about computers, I'm gonna believe what my son...
If he didn't have this many instances where he has just like brought this up voluntarily, this video wouldn't even exist. If he just said it a couple times, like offhandedly, there would be no reason to make this video. But it seems like he said it so much. Why was he saying it so much? And by the way, the family function aspect kind of leans into the suspicion that I had, which is that he probably, is he lying to his family about it? Is that what it is? Bro, imagine one of his cousins shows his parents this. He's like, yeah, Mudahar's been lying about being an engineer this whole time. Did you know that? That's like, chat, is this real?
Says because he's the engineer, not a
engineer.
Same dude.
But he also just sits at home and invests money.
I invest. That's my job now. I just sort of sit home and invest money.
Now, if I was ashamed of only being a YouTuber he claiming to have, when asked by guests on his podcast about his computer work, he claimed...
Bro was a straight up slop tuber. Why the f is he embarrassed about being called a YouTuber? It's not like being a YouTuber is not exactly like the shitty profession it once was, like maybe 10 years ago, right? Nowadays, YouTubers are considered like legit. Saying you're a TikToker is considered silly and stupid. And I'm sure when in the next 10 years, Blorgzorg or whatever the AI boosted platform is the poppin' thing that Gen Alpha is inventing new languages on, is the new meta, people will look back fondly at the TikTokers as like beacons of intelligence. You know what I mean? He wants to be perceived as smart. I guess it stems from, seriously, bro, in the global south, YouTuber is not a real job. Dog, he's in Canada. He's not in the global south. What are you talking about? He is a Canadian who kind of LARPs like he's an American. He speaks mostly to an American audience, it feels like. Yeah, global south, Ontario. It's the most global north you can get.
It's only a hobby now.
I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but like you do, so do you do computer stuff on the side, or that's your main thing?
I literally just invest money. Like I buy property and I invest, and that's all I do now.
He's a
At
landlord?
that point now, you're that big of a baller, bro.
I wouldn't say it's like baller. It's just like
Do you do programming? I don't know why that took me 3 to voice ask.
I do it it's more of a hobbyist thing now for me personally. I'm just trying to like work around with consoles at this point, like reverse engineer shit that I have.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's what I'm into now. It's just like it all has become like a hobbyist thing for me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like for me, I look at it, it's like woodworking and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like those woodworking channels. I'm like, this is just like me sitting down for 2 hours, like killing time and like working on a long form project, but not something that I would ever care to ever be bothering doing again, even as a career path. It's just too stressful. Sure. It's like,
yeah, his real job is the most difficult one, which is accumulating capital. No, you don't understand. My job is YouTubing is an easy job. Okay, being an influencer is an easy job. You know what the most difficult job is? Being a landlord, which is what? Just owning property and refusing to listen to my tenants when they go, please fix the AC. That's the real most difficult job of all.
Boring. Well, compared to anything that we do now, you know?
In 2023, he's calling himself an engineer a lot, just like before. But in March, he claims he just invests money again.
Were you into business before doing
What's this? Whoa.
No. After, like, you know, I worked and then...
Aren't these the same guys making fun of private software? Yeah, that's why that's why this guy's cooking them. Because one of the... Dude, I don't even know enough about the pirate software thing, but, like, it is crazy how much that's like captivated the attention of so many people online, because like randomly I'll see someone, what's the thing that they say to like shit on him? I worked at Blizzard for 25 years or something. What is it? Or like I am funny image. Internet, man, streamers literally do nothing. People give them money. Landlords hold my beer. It's called a solid investment. Property is the best way to grow your wealth. Oh my lord. Did you watch the Meat Canyon on Pirate? No. The Pirate, you know what's crazy? The Pirate software stuff just, I did not, maybe it was because it was like the peak of like Israel's genocide or whatever, but like, I didn't even see any of it. And now it's like, now I just see like remnants of it online. I see remnants of it online of people just like randomly posting it under like irrelevant shit. And didn't all of this happen because he was like, he like ran away from a WoW raid or something? XQC L Omega Law says, I used to work at Axios. Can I spill the tea about how it's gone right-wing MAGA mode? With that username, buddy, you can say whatever you want in this chat, okay? Your name is XQC L Omega Law. What do you mean you worked at Axios? Also, it was always a center-right publication. Leak the secrets about Israel. Give me all the deeds about Barack Ravid, okay? My juicer. Leak the files. No, because he kept talking shit about Stop Killing Games movement along that WoW thing. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that people are mad about, I think. It is just funny, like, how the dominoes fall. For me, my dominoes fell because I bought a house to live in with my family. But I guess there's a dumber way for people to yell at you over, like, a WoW raid. Don't get mad at me. I just personally, I'm 34. I never played WoW. So to me, it's just, like, seems like such a funny thing for the entire internet to turn on you and hold on to that anger and resentment. It's not the WoW raid, it's his behavior after. It usually is the behavior after. I'm just saying, like, the inflection point was the raid. You know what I mean? I get it. Because if he was just like, I'm so stupid, I'm so sorry, this was messed up, and then moved on, I think, like, there just wouldn't be that much. But it was not a raid, it was just a dungeon. I don't even know the details. Your haters genuinely think socialism would be you moving to Oklahoma and bumming it out? No, they would find another thing to get mad at. My haters have ideological commitments to what they perceive as the best possible economic organization of society that benefits them. And they are genuinely fearful of ever even closing their eyes and entertaining an evolution away from the current economic organization of society. What is this? The top execs hold meetings with the Trump admin regularly. The top reporter has full access to the admin. That's the leak. XQCL Omega Law. That's, I mean, not surprising, but thank you.
It's pretty much like my job. Like I worked, and then now I have enough money to, like, you know, buy property and, like, invest, and that's pretty much what I do.
In August, he gave the impression he still worked as an engineer.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I go up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
But then he also mentions working at his own company that does asset management and property development.
At our company, like not YouTube, but outside YouTube, like when it comes to our main core property and everything, like our asset management, property development, and stuff like that.
So before YouTube, Muntahar did the computer, programming, cybersecurity work he thinks entitles him to call himself an engineer. Between 2013 and 2015, he studied...
This is a crazy effort post.
In his videography diploma.
Just look at
from
this.
2015 to 2020.
Bro busted out the ruler.
He's a video editor, and from 2021 onwards, he's a day trader, investor, and eventually the CEO of his own company that does asset management and property development. He's also calling himself an engineer the whole time. We already know he's not an actual engineer. But is he actually a business owner? Because there's some weird inconsistencies in the things he says about it as well.
As a boss, and I don't know, like, this is gonna sound like kind of...
I too am an engineer.
I don't make jokes at the office. I don't make any jokes at an office. I am not this kind of Muntahar, okay? So to explain what kind of person I am, like at the office, I'm just like, how's work? What are we doing? What's the plan for today? Like, literally, it's as matter of frank as I can be. I don't partake in jokes. I don't do any of that shit. And if I see up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen. I stopped that shit right there. I always have to, like, you always have to be professional at your office. And sometimes you come across as, like, a deadpan, but it's better to be deadpan than, you know, turn your office into, like, what I mean is, like, I never would have my office turn into, like, frat house workplace. Like, it would never be a frat house.
He would never allow his office to turn into a frat house. But 8 months later...
To be fair, like, there is a betting pool in amongst, like, my office friends, because we do talk about, like, which gig streamer's dying first.
Yeah, and,
Isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a joke?
And if I see up jokes...
Does he even have an office? Is this real? Is he making that shit up too? Why does he have an office? I feel like a lot of this is just like him trying to, it's just him trying to make it seem like he's a more serious person or something. But I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'm in the office right now. I'm in my office.
You know, which I haven't seen. I stopped that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutaha has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule. As Ethan said, when he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutaha made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5 and that he's a very serious businessman.
Legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know the exact
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses. You were talking about
I'm the CEO of our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
Jesus, this is why exactly, and why I always
he really
What's wrong with
loves
that?
praising in that praise, but it's not enough.
What's wrong with that?
It's kind of funny because, like, I think I work more than he does. Like, I wake up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, like
every
what?
morning.
What's wrong with that?
I don't scratch my balls.
We're mad at people for working.
I slam an espresso shot. I take a shit. The entire time I'm like trying to download as much news and information into my brain as possible. I go work out, or I take Kai to the park and I play basketball. And then I'm just live for, well, it used to be 8 to 10 hours a day. Nowadays, more so 7 hours a day. Okay?
Yeah.
And then
7
after
hours
that,
a day, something.
I just watch anime. And
Sometimes
I pass
it's
out.
longer.
I know.
Yesterday was 18 hours.
They've been calling me half day Hasanabe, part timer. I do like Ted is right. When Ted was like, when Ted clocked me as the most Ashton Hall coded friend he has, he wasn't wrong. I am a little bit Ashton Hall coded in that, like, I am so Sigma grindset coded in the way that I exist. Dip your face in ice water now. Unk too old for the full days, more like half the Nabi owned. Okay, chill.
To flex more.
Well, that's like the algorithm tell, right? Like when you're like an engineer, somebody's like, "Man, why does the algorithm keep feeding me?" I'm like, "Bro, what's the last 10 things you watched? Gay porn? It's probably gonna give you the."
As an engineer, I know how the algorithm works. Why did you have to say as an engineer here, man? Like, you can just say that's just how the algorithm works. It feels like he just slams it into everything. What the? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm being biased because Muda has, like, shit on me so much for no real reason when I was nothing but nice to him always. And he just chose to weirdly become, like, Destiny's bestie, perhaps at the worst, most inopportune time in Destiny's career. And he also is, like, aligned with that Israel defending lolly enjoyer VTuber. But, like, and I'm watching a video that just, like, keeps showing that he keeps saying he's an engineer over and over and over again. But, like, I don't understand why he just said that he's an engineer. He could have just said, like, that's just how the algorithm works. Like, there is no, like, him qualifying that he's an engineer in that conversation does not make any sense, bro. I'm an engineer, and that's why I think hot dogs are sandwiches. As an engineer, I think, like, he just, as an engineer, I believe a taco could be considered a hot dog. Why did you say that? You didn't have to say that. You could have just said the take without saying that, you know, you believe the other thing. I don't know.
11 videos. I'm just saying.
Driving there, we were talking about cybersecurity because that's what you went to school for. You're like, homeboy's very smart. That was, you do actually business, and then YouTube is a secondary
YouTube is always
thing.
like the secondary side gig. It's
Then he brags
I don't
about
think
his
YouTube is a
charitable
secondary
donations,
side gig. I
and
don't know
we
why
see
he
behind
says
the
that.
curtain how uninformed Mutahar actually is.
like for me,
That's
it's
the
like
thing.
the receipts. If
Crazy.
I could tabulate them up every year, you know, like like during COVID, I probably gave away $200,000 of charity, and it was like out of my personal accounts. I don't write any of this off for taxes because I don't believe in writing off charity for taxes. I think it's a pretty
You
shitty
should.
thing to do.
Writing off charitable donations is a shitty thing to do. How? Why? All that means is that the money you donated is tax exempt. It means you can donate more money to charity, as Brandon Herrera says.
It's a pretty
You
shitty
should.
thing to do. Well, for me, it's like
The
some
more
people,
money you can write off, the more money you can keep from the government and spend it better, you know,
Well, like,
putting it toward
yeah,
more
like
charity.
the money that I.
How can you be the CEO of a company, a serious businessman who knows his shit, but you don't understand?
200 grand is tiny, by the way, I'm just saying. For all these guys, again, another thing I don't regularly boast about is my charitable contributions.
And basic accounting.
You want to talk about social battery? Like 7 is when I get up. I got to be in meetings every day. My work day doesn't end until like 4 p.m. That's when I get like a chance to open up the Premiere Pro project file for the video, and I get to work on that, and then I get to upload that a day later. Like, I don't believe in days off. Like, I literally can't believe in a day off. Like, I'm always like jittery because I'm like, I want to do work. Like, I really do like enjoy doing work. Like, any day that I don't feel like I do my job, I cry about it. I'm
Me
like,
too.
this sucks.
He works till 4 p.m. every day and cannot take a day off.
I feel the
However,
same.
he seemed pretty happy to take a day off to watch a video game commercial from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a Thursday.
I love to read comment sections in videos. That is probably the best part of doing YouTube content creation, is reading the comment sections of what a video content creator.
That's definitely a lie. That's bullshit. No YouTuber does this. No, that's absolutely a lie. It's impossible. Like, the only way you can actually do something close to that is if you're Twitch streaming and you have chat up all the time.
Yep.
Like, no influencer is gonna put themselves to that brain rot, and it's not healthy. It's not even productive.
The coolest thing is, like, when you see like 1,000 comments on a video, because I'm somebody that likes lurking internet forums and just reading internet discourse, right? Especially when it comes to topics I enjoy. So when you read 1,000 comments, you're like, all right, shit, let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
This guy has a wife, he's a CEO, he works 9 to 5, and he uploads daily. How do you have the time to read YouTube comments from random people? Check this out.
You should be an upstanding, good citizen, okay? I wake up, I do my job, I come home.
Many of the instances where Mutahar says YouTube isn't his job are from videos where he rants about how unstable YouTube is as a job because of their never-ending policy changes. These things supposedly don't impact him. He does YouTube to relax, but he's always obviously upset in these videos. He consistently paints himself as a hard worker.
It sounds like you worked really hard in high school. You're talking about taking night classes, doing community service, like side jobs on the side, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's blurred. I'll help you understand.
He has this insane work ethic, but he's also curious about how Destiny can get so many things done.
I noticed that you do like a lot of canvassing, like you actually go out of your way. You launch your own like podcast with like other people to bridges, and it's like, what is next really? Like, how do you kind of manage all that too? It's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's like, it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing like a lot of.
Yeah, how do you slam so much sex pest behavior into your day-to-day activities? Glaze, brother. Holy.
You're managing it pretty well.
Destiny's too lazy to cook for himself. He's not the workaholic with an excessively tight schedule he can never pull back. If Mutahar's stories about himself are true, he should not be impressed by Destiny at all. Mutahar also often claims that he's an immigrant and equates that to him being poor or his family being poor. He will say his father had to go through medical school twice, not recognizing the privilege of being able to go through it even once. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything expensive.
Very rarely am I trying to pay full price for any of this computer crap. You don't need to, all right? I don't overspend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some SteelSeries headsets, keyboards, and a Logitech mouse, which I think is really awesome. If anything, I overspend on my monitor.
He's so frugal. A luxury diving watch worth almost 10 grand. If you have an easy life because you were born to a rich family, just enjoy it. If you're rich, just enjoy being rich. Improve your production value. Get some acoustic treatment. Get some monitor arms. Show your audience that if you want.
True. I mean, this is definitely, like, I don't know, launder your t-shirts. How many watches you got? I got an Apple Watch. I do not have an expensive watch. I'm not a big watch guy. I don't really with that.
Work hard and succeed in life. You can have nice things. Why not? So was...
Bitch, Apple Watches are expensive? Apple Watches are expensive, but these guys are talking about something entirely different. Like, they're talking about, like, watches that are, like, 10 grand, 20 grand.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, they're literally talking about, like, not even 10 grand, 20 grand. They're talking about, like, actually... Like, they're talking about Patek Philippe, Rolly, shit like that. Like, more than that. Yeah, it's like 50 to 100 grand. That's...
Ethan Klein writes all along.
I upload every day, and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. But like, yes, it is. Shut up, bro.
I'm not going to claim that Mutaha has absolutely no jobs beyond YouTube, even though the things he says about his business are very vague and inconsistent. However, he has...
I thought someone gifted you a Rolex? No. Someone gave me a free Rolex hat that I wear a lot, or I used to wear a lot. I haven't really worn it that much. I haven't worn a... I have a Rolex hat that someone gave me. I love that hat.
It's a funny hat,
being
yeah.
an engineer for a decade, benefiting from the prestige, the authority, and the credibility that comes with that label. You don't call yourself an engineer dozens of times without specifying you're talking
That hat
about
is
programming
funny.
jobs you did 10 years ago. He's clearly mostly just a self-taught tech enthusiast, not an engineer. He's seen as a cybersecurity expert or as a cybersecurity engineer, as he called himself.
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer...
But when he assisted Nuxtaku in tracking down the V-Shoujo swatter, he fell for a basic social engineering trick where the swatter, who was a minor, pretended to be one of Nux's fans who knew the swatter in real life and fed them a bunch of bogus information.
I appreciate the random fan who was in that Discord server that actually contacted me and reached out to me about this stuff. Oh my god.
I can't get over that this is what this freak sounds like. Like, every time I hear his voice for the first time, it feels like I'm listening to it for the first time ever. Why do all your ops sound like that for real? He looks like a dweeb in IRL. I don't know what he looks like IRL, but I don't want to know. Lest you forget, oh, don't do this.
Eating vodka, two boys cat tossing the puss up.
Nuxtaku, Twitch hentai. Oh god. Anyways, I'm gonna skip it because it's DMC, I think.
You'll have to excuse the absolutely horrendous lighting I've got set up right now. I don't have a ring light. I've ordered one. It's coming soon. But for now, it just looks like I'm in the back rooms. Also, do you like the facial hair I'm trying to grow? I call it the pushing 30 and doesn't know how to shave fade. I use one of these like safety razors, and I saw someone on Twitter call it a Reddit device. Yeah, fair enough. Now, the video I'm talking about today is I have seen many content creators get banned or suspended for things that they might have deserved or they didn't deserve. But this is definitely a case with a content creator that was banned, and all they were trying to do was basically expose very bad people. So to give a bit of context here, Schlep, or Sklep, I'm pretty sure it's Schlep. I'm very sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. He's a Roblox YouTuber with 600,000 subscribers. And keep in mind as well, he's only really been uploading for around 2 years. And he would make expose videos, like for example, on hackers and creators that were lying to their audience. And he's also been very active at calling out Roblox for some certain not rated E for everyone content. Like for example, creators creators that are promoting gambling. And I think it is safe to say the state of Roblox right now is so bad. That is why there are so many YouTubers similar to this that just expose everything that is wrong with the site. But how he really found his footing were these kind of to catch a predator type videos. Now this has become a really popular type of content on YouTube, obviously originating from the Chris Hansen To Catch a Predator with Dateline NBC.
I'm Chris Hansen. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yes, I am.
The show also drove a guy to basically commit suicide, which I think was one of the reasons why that show was pulled in the end. So a couple of days ago, Schlepp uploaded a video onto his YouTube channel, which basically said, Roblox is threatening to sue me for protecting kids. Now, I have seen clickbait titles in the past. You know, there is a plethora of them on YouTube right now, but he's actually being genuine. I'd expect, you know, some kind of like account ban, you know, just banned from some kind of server. No. Roblox legitimately reached out to him and sent him a cease and desist. And this isn't like fake or anything like that. Like, this is legitimately from the Roblox Corporation. Now, they list the cease and desist as engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations, sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information, and direct users to move conversations off platform. Now, the Roblox Corporation, which is basically up there from like Arasaka and Cyberpunk, they are saying that they're committed to aggressively combating illegal and harmful conduct. And then in a second screenshot from the cease and desist, Roblox gives a little bit more explanation on their decision. While Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, and while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failure to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and, critically, are exposing Roblox's users to increased risk. Now, I'm not really someone that plays Roblox too much. I think one of the last experiences I had was the weather survival mod, and I just found it hilarious how everyone just starts ragdolling as soon as a comet comes like within a mile of the map. But unfortunately, Roblox is unanimously known for being a huge danger to children. Now, I can see people being contrarians here, being like, oh, well, Schlepp monetizes his videos, like he's profiting off these predators, okay? I mean, like, what's the alternative? I mean, it's not the best way to deal with the situation, but at the same time, like Roblox really thinks that what Schlepp is doing is worse than hitting like the report button to report who you think to be a predator. Oh great, yeah, we'll get back to you in 5 to 7 business days, and if they get banned, they'll probably just turn on a VPN and make a new account anyway. Now, I've also seen online some people criticizing Schlepp's way of going about this. Like, for example, he will take weeks or months to kind of build up a case against predators, and then in that time frame they could also be talking to, you know, other minors, you know, while this case is being built, putting them in danger as well. And I totally understand that, but at the same time, at the minute, the only other alternative is to report them on Roblox. That's the equivalent of like reporting a Twitter account. Like, you really think that's going to do anything? I mean, sure, like maybe 1 in a million times you report someone and they get banned. Great. And then they probably just make another account anyway. I think the reason why Schlepp and other channels that do this kind of content have become so successful is because there is a gap that Roblox just clearly has not tried anywhere near to try and fix. And funnily enough as well, going into like more details, Schlepp is having this, you know, cease and desist sent against him, but Roblox currently is actually getting a lawsuit sent against them for basically their failure to protect children on their platform.
But a group of lawsuits allege that the company behind the online video game isn't doing enough to protect its users.
I mean, I've seen like memes about Roblox and stuff on Instagram, you know, some of them are quite like edgy and obviously not made for kids, but the thing is, like, it's a game that basically runs on anything and it's free. Like, that is basically all the checkboxes for a game where the majority of the player base will be children. You know, I'm pretty sure the majority of the Roblox player base, they're just like children on their iPad, and they probably have like TikTok on the top right corner, you know, just on auto scroll or something, just absolutely frying their dopamine receptors when they're like 2 years old. And that's the thing I find funny. Schlepp has been sent a cease and desist for basically interfering with Roblox's, like, you know, communications to get rid of these predators and also possibly endangering, you know, more children. But then they're also being sued for doing nothing. What Schlepp has actually been able to do by working with other content creators is catching around 6 predators in the last year and actually not only reporting them, but getting them arrested as well.
Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox users.
But not only with the cease and desist, Roblox has basically gone ahead and terminated every single account that he owns, even ones where investigations were like still currently ongoing. If you read further further as well into the second screenshot, you would have actually seen that Roblox has basically prohibited Schlepp from making any more accounts, you know, to not evade his punishment, which he's actually agreed to do so.
Not to mention that Roblox has made a very firm stance that I can no longer access the Roblox platform anymore, which I want to make clear at the start of this video. I will not be accessing Roblox in any capacity at this point further unless Roblox says otherwise.
Now, I know this is the elephant in the room. I want to give my opinion on this. It's pretty obvious. The main reason they have basically banned Schlepp is because he's making Roblox look really, really bad. If there are investors or advertisers and they type into, you know, they type Roblox into YouTube to do like a general background search, and then they see all these like predator sting videos, they're not going to want to invest in a company. Forget that. So it's really obvious the main reason why Schlepp was banned is because it just makes them look really bad. I mean, even in the video itself, Schlepp goes ahead and shows like emails that he got from people that watched his videos that are genuinely thankful for his content.
Roblox is actively claiming that I'm hurting their players. Here's an email. I didn't ever plan on showcasing this in a video, but this is from a kid who is thanking me for getting someone he was by arrested in real life.
So what Schlepp starts to do now is basically break down all the claims that the cease and desist has made against him. Like, for example, the first one, that he's engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations, which, if the claim was true, that wouldn't be a good look. The thing is, it's not true. So if he was doing ERP as like a child, that would basically be seen as entrapment. If like a predator was taken to court, they could use entrapment as a defense and they might be able to get off the hook. But again, considering that they've put away 6 potential predators in 1 year, I very much doubt that they're using this method. I mean, as well, in the video, Schlepp always says that they play the role of like an innocent child that basically doesn't actually know any better.
Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations.
View.
What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator detection is that you cannot talk to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking to you. If you talk to predators like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff.
And on top of this as well, like Roblox are basically trying to say like you're having these conversations on our platform, but if you watch his content, the majority of them actually move over to Discord, not Roblox.
You watch these videos, you know how the chats are going, and they're not even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord, and they're accusing me of getting people off of platform onto different social media sites. I guess that's worth a cease and desist and an IP ban of every single account that I own.
And the only possible justification I can think of here from Roblox is basically saying keep the conversations on platform so we can log everything. I mean, to be fair, the conversation shouldn't be happening in the first place anyway. And also, their last claim basically makes no sense. Sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. I mean, this is like him actually getting like hard evidence of these people to basically convict them. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, if someone's a predator on our platform, please keep it anonymous, please. Now, what Schlepp starts to do here is turn the mirror onto Roblox themselves, bringing up a bunch of examples of when they should have actually done something, but they didn't do anything. You might remember back in June, there was a guy that got arrested on Roblox for making terrorist threats. Well, 2 days after this, Schlepp actually posted a screenshot of a player called Nepali Incel threatening to shoot up the Las Vegas Sphere. And they also tagged the FBI.
This here is Nepali Incel. This person actually made credible threats to the Las Vegas Sphere in a Roblox game. And I saw this with my own 2 eyes. And the reason why it's a credible threat, it is because the FBI went ahead and arrested someone for making threats within that same game. I made a moderation ticket about it, and I even actually made a report to the FBI about this. Where is the cease and desist letter for him? Where is the IP ban for him? Are you gonna ban all of this dude's accounts? Probably not.
Schlepp actually went through due process, reported the account on Roblox itself. 0. Nothing happened. Like PS5 library, just 0. Also, going a bit more in depth about how Schlepp goes through the process of trying to catch these predators. So him and his team will basically make an official moderation ticket, and that is made for Roblox, and it provides Roblox with all the information they've collected, and then they hand Roblox the exact same Google Drive that they give to the police. Again, the Google Drive that hopefully has enough evidence to warrant some kind of arrest.
This is literally how it goes. We go to roblox.com/support, submit a moderation ticket, and then fill out the prompt with all the information regarding our arrest, and give you guys the same Google Drive that we give to the cops. And in a lot of instances, Roblox won't even ban after we reach out to them regarding felony arrest.
Now, do you think Roblox bans these people? Apparently, in the majority of cases, nothing happens and their accounts still remain up. I mean, apparently Roblox's negligence has gotten so bad that Schlepp basically ended up printing out a binder of all of his evidence and like emailing it to the Roblox headquarters.
I've literally felt so lost in trying to get the attention of Roblox regarding these predators. I've created binders with all the chat logs, and I've sent it to their headquarters in San Mateo, California. This is the first time Roblox has ever directly
I don't like your
reached
voice.
And because of the full-blown NSA, FBI, CIA ban that Schlepp is under by Roblox, this means his second channel, Maliboomer, will probably also be affected. I mean, this is an account that pays his rent and an account that he's had since he was a child, even having apparently some pretty rare and exclusive items on. But again, because he now can't own an account, there's probably no way he'll be able to continue posting on that channel.
My account Malibu, a family-friendly sandbox gaming theme park channel that I've run since the pandemic. This is actually my first Roblox account. One of the hats that I wore on this avatar was actually something I got at a STEM event where I met Roblox administrators. That channel, it pays my rent. Roblox has made it clear that I'm banned from ever
Dear
accessing
God,
the
I'm so glad I'm not like this. I'm so glad I don't have these
I
problems.
also won't go into detail.
He reminds me of my friend Dog Giraffe.
He
He had these problems.
Down, but there is a part in the video, and I definitely implore that you watch it, where Schlepp actually talks about his own experience with meeting someone on Roblox, and it was just one of the worst experiences that he ever went through, to the point that he basically made him make sure that no one else goes through the same experience that he went through, and that's why the Schlepp channel was basically made, to be a force for good for the Roblox community. Now, I do not want to defend Roblox, believe me, I don't. I'm not on any kind of payroll, I do not own any kind of shares, but the problem is, with these companies that have millions and millions of players, going through every single report, it probably does take time. But again, if you have people that show you legitimate evidence, and it's verified, and it's true, and the fact that they still do nothing, that just makes no sense whatsoever. So you're probably wondering now what's next for Schlepp, because his account's been banned. He can't really upload Roblox anymore. This basically targets his financial income. I mean, if you can't play Roblox, he can't really make videos catching predators anymore. So what he's done right now is got a website called Schlepp TV, where you can basically pay a subscription fee. I'm pretty sure Gideon set him up on this, because I think he has a very similar pay model as well on his website. So he basically says there will be more kind of like predator catching videos, but they won't be on Roblox.
Since my career in revenue streams are on the line, I have a site. It's called schlepp.tv. If you want to support my work and what we do and allow us to keep catching predators in the future, feel free to go ahead and support us over there.
And Roblox actually put out this bizarre statement saying how they work with law enforcement to basically do the job that they were meant to do in the first place. We continually innovate our extensive safety systems, which combine cutting-edge AI moderation. AI moderation. That's why we're in this fucking mess. With the expertise of thousands of trained professionals. So they're basically admitting themselves the situation has gotten so bad, there is so much overflow, that they are resorting to basically using AI slop to try and moderate everything. So recently as well, they actually put out a statement saying that they are outright banning any kind of like vigilante groups, because again, like I said, it's really obvious this is looking really bad for investors. Investors will not want to put ads in your game if, you know, you go onto YouTube and all you see are these like predator sting videos. They basically say how law enforcement are the people who are best suited to handling these cases, and they want people to stop entrapping predators or like self-policing on their platform. But again, like, Roblox,
if you're not gonna do it,
the reason why it has got so bad is because you let it get that bad. They're basically doing the job that you should be doing, and because there's this gap in the market, because there's all these predators running around, YouTubers have basically had to step up. Do you not find that so dystopian, how people like Schlepp, like, he actually had like a livable income just of exposing predators? Like he's doing great work, don't get me wrong, like I commend him, but like the fact that he's able to make a career just because Roblox is actually fucked up that badly, great platform. The weather survival mod's pretty funny. And also, stop asking me to do a main channel video on pressure. Stop that.
God, there's some good YouTube still. There's still some really good YouTube still. So, okay, so, yeah, and that's 74 gold and silver, goddamn. I'll take it. Trying to reach 400 so I can buy, yep, trying to reach 400, I'm trying to reach.
If you kept digging, you'd make it to China. And that's where NetEase Games is. But Zena, couldn't you just look them up on Google? Be quiet.
have all this random stuff. I have Bam, whatever the hell that is. There's stuff that I got from killing people.
Now, with this power, I can snap my fingers and make half of Overwatch's player base disappear from Blizzard servers forever.
Snap my fingers and destroy Overwatch forever. Yeah, I think so. That's kind of funny.
What up? It's your boy XenoCloud. So in late 2024, NetEase Games published one of the hottest games of the year, Jeff the Landshark. Marvel Rivals. It quickly took the gaming community by storm, capturing the hearts of millions of gamers with its gameplay and marked identity. It filled a void left by the gradual decline of Overwatch and innovated the hero shooter genre with its destructible environments and team-up combos. The game is nothing short of impressive. This led me to want to know more about the developers. Who exactly is NetEase Games? What led up to them publishing Marvel Rivals? And what can their past tell us about the future of Marvel Rivals and the company as a whole? Surprisingly, my search led me to some pretty shocking discoveries.
I'm going ghost! What the dog doing?
NetEase Inc. was founded in June 1997 by a young Chinese engineer/entrepreneur, Ding Lei, who would go on to create a billion-dollar empire. Initially, NetEase partnered with the Chinese government to offer one of the first widely accessible free email services in China. From here, it didn't take the company long to start developing a wide range of other online services such as e-commerce, a music library, and its first developer studio, NetEase Games. By 1999, the company was listed on the NASDAQ and was seeing some massive growth. And now they've grown into one of the most valuable companies by market capitalization in the world. But enough about the company itself. Let's actually focus on just the developer division and their contributions to video games. The developer's first game was an MMORPG known as Fantasy Westward Journey. And let me tell you, for this being their first game, they absolutely killed it. Fantasy Westward Journey came out in 2001 and is one of the world's top grossing video games to this day. The reason you may not have heard of it is because it's not available on Steam or any other major gaming platforms that are available worldwide. It was only released in China. Instead, I had to navigate through these websites to get to the downloader. Thanks, Google Translator. I actually downloaded the game and tried to play it, but... Yeah, I could not find a way to play it in English and decided instead I'd watch someone else play on YouTube. You basically play as a monk who is traveling west in search of some scriptures. It's based on the novel Journey to the West, kinda like another game we know, but at least that game has a creative title. It has many similar gameplay features to other popular MMOs like WoW and RuneScape. I like this article from MMOgames.com. Unique mechanics. Despite being early stars of the MMORPG scene, both Westward Journey Online 2 and Fantasy Westward Journey introduced some unique and interesting mechanics. One is the ability to marry, have children, and then put them to work in your shops. You can also auction them off to the highest bidder if you're not the family type.
Yeah, sounds
There's
about
also a
right.
mobile version. Overall, they killed it. According to NetEase, Fantasy Westward Journey had a peak concurrent player count of 2.71 million in 2017, shortly after the release of the mobile version of the game. That's actually insane. And they have over 250 million active players in China alone. The game is clearly a success. Even in the early days of the release, NetEase realized they had a golden goose with this IP, so they took a page out of modern gaming's playbook and quickly made a follow-up sequel. Less than a year later, NetEase would release Westward Journey Online 2, a game that would not go on to reach the same heights as its predecessor. Though still a popular game in China, the game launched with many technical issues that forced the devs to temporarily shut the game down so they could rework it. It was eventually re-released as Westward Journey 2 and would go on to have 83 million registered accounts by November 2006. But soon after, the Chinese government temporarily shut it down again. I scoured the internet in search of answers for why, but all I found in reference to this was a single sentence posted on pretty much every article I could find. Westward Journey 2 met with controversy when the state party closed it for several several months due to criticism of the party in-game. And this brings us to another point of the video, something we need to address. China operates its video game industry very differently than Western developers do. I don't want to go too far into politics, but to add some context to this video, I'm going to mention the following historical points. 1. During the initial emergence of video games in Japan and North America, China was still undergoing major political and economic reforms that affected many industries, including its technology and media industries. 2. In June of 2000, the Chinese State Council became concerned its youth were becoming addicted to video games and decided to ban the import, production, and sale of consoles and arcade machines in China. Hence the strong popularity of MMOs, which are able to be played on PC. I guess those console gamers weren't touching enough grass, am I right? Eventually, the ban was lifted in 2015, but by then it was too late for consoles to find a foothold in the Chinese gaming industry due to the lack of resources,
17
strict
gold.
Chinese regulation, and established competition. 3. There are numerous laws in China that aim to regulate video games carefully. One such law bans any foreign investment or ownership in a Chinese company to prevent Western influence in its media. The law does allow foreign developers to bring their games to China. However, they have to be partnered with and operated by a Chinese company that is responsible for removing any restricted content. With that being said, in 2008, NetEase Games scored a golden opportunity to expand its video game operation. Blizzard Entertainment and NetEase Games entered into a partnership to bring some of Blizzard's video games to the Chinese market. Some of these games included World of Warcraft, StarCraft, Diablo 3, and eventually Overwatch and Overwatch 2. This was a huge move and brought joy to millions of Chinese gamers until one day in 2023, the partnership ended. That's right, after years of operating Blizzard products in China, the two companies failed to renew their agreement, both pointing the finger at each other in official statements. And so, NetEase was forced to suspend operations of all Blizzard products in China. Imagine grinding a game and dedicating years of your life to it until one day it suddenly just disappears forever.
And they're like, nah, WoW was a bad game in the first place. Yeah.
The tragedy wouldn't last long, though, because Microsoft eventually took over and renewed the agreement. Thanks, Chill Gates.
Fact. Does that mean yes? Yes.
Chinese gamers would once again be able to play the games they loved. I found this series of events especially interesting since right now Marvel Rivals, a NetEase game, is capturing a lot of the attention of gamers that used to play Overwatch. Accusations of Marvel Rivals being an Overwatch clone didn't take long to surface, but these claims in my opinion are kind of silly. Many people used to point out that Paladins was an Overwatch clone, but a simple Google search shows that Paladins was actually released before Overwatch. That's kind of awkward. Marvel Rivals does plenty of things differently from Overwatch to ensure it's not a clone and has its own original ideas and style. I don't think we should be calling every single game that innovates on a genre a clone just because it might have a few similarities to a previously released game, unless it's a blatant copy. And to be fair, back in the early 2000s, Chinese developers were kind of known for, making blatant reskin copies of Western games due to poorly enforced copyright laws. Poorly enforced in China, that is. But NetEase Games also started acquiring gaming studios and recruiting talent from all over the world. They have studios in China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Europe, Canada, and the USA. Talk about an empire. So with these strategic acquisitions and partnerships, they began developing new IPs. What kinds of games were those? Well, it's kind of a mixed bag. Starting in 2015, NetEase began releasing new games available to play worldwide. Some of them would go on to remain popular within their own niche audiences, while others would ultimately fail and become abandoned live service games. Just look at all of these projects that NetEase has abandoned. I also noticed a lot of these games were developed for both mobile and PC at the same time, and I feel like that can kind of get in the way of, going in one direction or the other. Optimization can be a tricky thing. One last thing is I feel like many of the games that ultimately were abandoned kind of failed to innovate on anything, unlike Marvel Rivals. And so, as stated, they did focus on development in the mobile game space, publishing popular games like Identity V, Naraka Blade Point, and Bloodstrike.
Oh, they've got Naraka Blade Point. That's why.
I mean,
It's all right. Once human.
Marvel is one of the most recognizable and influential entertainment brands in the United States and perhaps the entire world. Millions of fans have enjoyed their comics, movies, and video games for decades.
Not me.
So it makes complete sense that Marvel Rivals would become a great success. But Marvel Rivals is not the first video game featuring Marvel characters. In fact, it's not even the first Marvel game that NetEase has made. So what led up to them publishing Marvel Rivals? Well, in 2015, NetEase began operating a comic division that would go on to publish over 2,000 comics. Meanwhile, Marvel was looking to expand their presence into Eastern Asia. The earliest dealings between Marvel and NetEase occurs in 2017, when the two global giants agreed for 12 Marvel comics to be published on the NetEase comic platform. The 12 comics introduced on the platform included several popular Marvel superheroes such as Captain America, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. The two also agreed to develop two brand new Chinese Marvel heroes that would go on to be serialized weekly. This was a risky move for Marvel because in China, regional comic developers and Japanese manga have been dominating the market for years. Furthermore, the Transformers brand introduced some comics into the market and they performed rather poorly, only being viewed 1.2 million times. It sounds like a lot, but you gotta remember there's over 1 billion people that live in China. But the risk paid off as the following year on May 9th, NetEase would release the first two of the co-developed comics featuring Chinese heroes. The timing was purposeful as Marvel's Infinity War was premiering in China on May 11th. This helped the comics to garner more attention towards them and gave Marvel an indefinite foothold in China, which was part of a wider strategy to strengthen their presence in the Eastern Asian market. The comics themselves went on to be serialized weekly and employed the popular manga style that many Asian fans have grown accustomed to, which served to further cement Marvel as a welcome addition to the comic scene in China. Marvel and NetEase saw their strategic partnership growing and would take things to the next level in 2019 with another collaboration. May 20th, 2019, Marvel's official website releases this news article stating that the two global giants would continue their partnership and expand their collaboration beyond just publishing comics in China. 8 days later, Marvel would release another news article revealing that the collaboration was almost ready to release their first ever video game together. Marvel Super War went through closed beta testing during the summer in Southeast Asia and India, later being released on December 19th, 2019 to Android and iOS only. It was only available in a select few Southeastern Asian countries as well as Australia and New Zealand. The game was a MOBA where players faced off in a 5v5 battle with the setting taking place in Wakanda. IGN posted a review stating, "Great effort by Marvel and NetEase, with Super War being a great way to learn the basics of MOBAs with your favorite Marvel superheroes." The game reached a large number of mobile gamers and received mixed reviews, with some saying it was a great way for new players to get into a MOBA, while others said the gameplay was basic and lackluster. Some even went as far as to say it was just a copy and pasted mobile game. The game
I think Once Human could be something truly great when they keep working on it.
June 27, 2024.
See, look, my original spell book is gone now.
Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology banned Marvel Super War, along with 117 other Chinese-made apps. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology today released a list of 118 mobile apps blocked because they are engaged in activities which are prejudicial to sovereignty and integrity of India, defense of India, security of state, and public order. As for specific charges, the ministry
I don't need
said
a
it
spell
had
book. I don't
received
cast
reports
spells.
that
It just
some
takes up a
stealing
slot.
and surreptitiously transmitting users' data in an unauthorized manner to servers which have locations outside India. That's not suspicious.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
NetEase kind of has a history of being criticized about how they handle their users' data, and we'll go over that in the last segment of this video. On July 31st of 2020, the partnership would release their second Marvel game. It was another mobile game, this time offering players a chance to duel with cards featuring their favorite Marvel heroes and villains. Unlike Marvel Super War, this game is still available to play today and in select regions. If that will last, who knows? The gameplay is pretty standard. Collect card, use card. They inject some non-character cards like the event cards to spice up the gameplay, but overall it's a pretty standard formula. The game has drawn a number of fans and has overall positive reviews, citing the lack of bugs and the character animations. NetEase has now published 2 games with Marvel in the span of less than a year. So what was next for the partnership? Well, for the next couple of years, NetEase would be largely silent, focusing on releasing patches and content for their 2 active Marvel games, and Marvel would continue publishing content and comics in China through NetEase, though the Chinese state State Party became increasingly involved. And finally, in 2024, a new game emerged. March 27th, Marvel Games releases the first trailer for Marvel Rivals.
Be advised, dingo bungee ding dong flooper nickel poople snorkel inbound.
Within 2 weeks, it reaches 2.5 million views on YouTube alone. Then, from May 10th to May 20th, Marvel Rivals goes through closed alpha testing. It goes pretty well, with creators leaving mostly positive feedback. But there's something wrong. Ugh, what is that smell? It stinks. Do I smell controversy? A former Overwatch streamer known as Siegel points out on his social media that there is a certain agreement NetEase has put in place with content creators participating in the closed alpha test that essentially bars them from writing negative reviews about the game. This sparked many gamers to react, and we all know what happens when gamers react. We're very understanding. We're empathetic.
What the fuck you say to me, you little shit?
We give second chances. Needless to say, this was a pretty devious move from NetEase, and they ended up apologizing for it and revising their contract so that negative reviews could be written. I would say the damage was already done, but I mean, it's still killing it. The next phase in development was a follow-up closed beta test from July 23rd to August 5th. This time, no controversy. During development, NetEase Games was primarily responsible for gameplay and character design, while Marvel Games held more of a supervisory role, ensuring that NetEase would keep its heroes on brand. I couldn't find any rumors or reports of development troubles between the two, but then again, it's hard to find much information on this partnership in general. That being said, I think the game speaks for itself. December 6th, 2024. Marvel Rivals was released as a free-to-play 6v6 hero shooter featuring 33 playable characters, 8 maps, and 3 different game modes. The game was an instant success, with millions of gamers downloading.
Fuck, I brought all
and playing
those
the
stupid
game.
ass scrolls.
Within days, Marvel Rivals would have a peak concurrent player count of 480,990 players on Steam alone, a record that has since been broken. The new all-time high occurred on January 11th with 644,269 players total. That brings it to the top 15 games of all-time peak concurrent players on Steam. Marvel and NetEase Games have released 3 games, with one of them being discontinued in 2024 and the other 2 still going strong. Marvel Rivals is getting seasonal updates and retaining a strong player base. So, coming back to the original question of this segment, what led up to them publishing Marvel Rivals? I believe Marvel Games made a strategic decision to allow NetEase to develop Marvel video games for 3 reasons. 1. Since NetEase Games is a Chinese company, they could publish video games in China and expand Marvel's global reach. If they used an American developer and wanted to publish the game in China, they would have to get a Chinese company involved by law, so this killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 2. NetEase has a lot of entertainment divisions already established, such as their comics division and video game developer division, so Marvel could utilize these different divisions and publish all kinds of Marvel media, not just video games. And 3. This reason is specific to the development of Marvel Rivals. NetEase had experience doing 2 things Marvel may have wanted to capitalize on. That was publishing mobile games and previous work with Blizzard on publishing their content. That's including Overwatch and Overwatch 2. This is evident in the fact that Marvel and NetEase published 2 Marvel mobile games and then spent years developing Marvel Rivals, a game that resembles Overwatch in many ways. And so, in my opinion, this partnership has been a great success and led to a game that millions of gamers are enjoying worldwide. Marvel Rivals has established itself in the mainstream gaming community and blew past Overwatch 2 in players, which has actually caused Blizzard to start trying to innovate on their game. It's amazing what a little competition can do, right, Blizzard? So what can the past tell us about the future of Marvel Rivals and the NetEase Games direction as a whole? Well, there's some good things, but there's also some red flags. Let's go over the good things first. The developers have been listening to their player base. This is an extremely refreshing thing to see. Let me give you 2 examples. The first was when NetEase was called out for their strict review guidelines, as we reviewed before. They not only apologized, but they also admitted they were wrong to do that and revised their guidelines. Now, whether this was NetEase Games acting alone or Marvel Games stepping in, we don't really know. But it was still good to see them listen to fair critiques. The second was when they announced a mid-season rank reset, and the community instantly rejected Instead of going through with this action, the developers listened to the fans and announced they were no longer going to do the reset. Another good thing is that Marvel Rivals has so much potential. There's an insane amount of lore and characters to draw from in the Marvel universe, and we've already seen NetEase announce and release new heroes. They've clearly been working hard to release new content for the game and keep the fans engaged. In my video about Marvel Rivals, where I asked the question whether it was an Overwatch killer or not, I mentioned that the game lacked a good map selection. But since then, they have released new maps and modes, making my #1 critique outdated, and I love to see it. And finally, Marvel Rivals has innovated on the hero shooter genre and maintained an impressive community. The game had a successful launch, and players quickly noticed the destructible environments and team-up combinations, a novel concept that distinguished it from other hero shooters. This innovation and execution of the Marvel brand led to many happy fans, including fans of Overwatch that were looking for something new. Now, before I had mentioned that Marvel Super War, a game NetEase had previously released, was actually shut down, so some might think, oh, well, will Marvel Rivals get shut down? I doubt it, as the player base is really strong for Marvel Rivals, and the game was released globally, not just in China. I actually think in some ways Marvel Super War was NetEase testing the waters and experimenting with Marvel characters and how they could balance a Marvel game. I mean, MOBAs have a lot of similarities to hero shooters, so why not take that first step? Okay, so it won't be shut down, but there's some other issues with the game. One of them is censorship. With Marvel Rivals being made by NetEase, they have to follow China's laws and regulations, which include restricting certain phrases and ideas being communicated between users. Asmongold did a video where he tried typing multiple phrases into the Marvel Rivals chat, such as Winnie the Pooh and Free Taiwan, and these were considered restricted.
Alright, well, Marvel Rivals is, it's a very interesting game that has no censorship at all.
While this may not directly harm anyone, it is pretty interesting to witness large-scale Chinese censorship in a video game that's available worldwide. And though it might not be the primary goal, in some ways it is spreading Chinese censorship through an entertainment channel. But I do want to point out that censorship in video games is nothing new. Looking at you, Overwatch. Remember a couple of years ago when Blizzard banned a Chinese player for typing Winnie the Pooh? Yeah, let's be honest, it was all about the profit. If they allowed for that to continue, they likely wouldn't have been able to continue their partnership with NetEase, leading to a loss of profits from that market. Great job, Blizzard! Another interesting issue I came across was malware. Earlier in the video, I talked about India banning 118 Chinese apps from their use in India, as they were concerned about reports of user data being exported onto Chinese servers. Well, I came across multiple reports of users playing Marvel Rivals stating that malware had been installed onto their PCs. One such user reported a file called spyware.passwordstealer.python.v. Though other users on Steam quickly pointed out this was likely just a false positive, still I wanted to see if there were any real threats and ended up going down a whole rabbit hole of cybersecurity in video games and geopolitical factors that I will not get into. Overall, what I found was this. Marvel Rivals is not the only NetEase game that has user reports of malware being installed on PCs. However, many of these reports also turned out to be false positives or people mistaking anti-cheat software for trying to disable their security systems, which is a common misconception in gaming in the first place. Most of the user reports for Marvel Rivals turned out to either be a false positive or them mistaking the anti-cheat for malware. Now, there is a legitimate security concern with something called remote code execution, pointed out by YouTuber Xiaozi. I left a link to his video in the description, and I would highly recommend checking it out, especially if you're concerned about security threats posed by the game. Though I do want to make it clear that in my own research, I did not find sufficient evidence to suggest that Marvel Rivals has malware installed in the files. But I'm also not a cybersecurity expert, so do your own research if you're concerned, please. To further point out, Marvel Games...
No, they won't throw $1 billion empire behind that. They won't.
Marvel Rivals,
no.
And the reputation would also be...
They made good money off Rivals. Why would they, why would they poison the well?
Finally, we're going to talk about...
One of the things about corpos you can trust is they won't do something risky almost ever. Not if it risks their product or their business. They just won't do it.
Moves NetEase has made, that being acquiring other game studios, entering into partnerships with successful companies like Marvel Games and Blizzard Entertainment, and recruiting talent in the gaming industry, all suggests on paper that NetEase has a bright future in the gaming industry. But there's one last thing I want to talk about, and that is the money laundering situation. In November of 2024, there were multiple reports from both American news outlets and Chinese outlets suggesting that 9 employees had been fired from NetEase on corruption and money laundering charges, potentially valued at over 2 billion yuan. Did I say that shit right? You won. Let's go. I got it right. Yes, sir.
Just, what do you want, a fucking medal?
For reference, that's approximately between 140 to 279 million USD. The scheme involves NetEase Games' general manager in charge of marketing and former head of NetEase esports division, Zhang Lang. Or did I say that right? Apologies if I mispronounced your name, bro. He was purchasing traffic to help promote NetEase products. Now, NetEase has since come out and stated that original reports of money laundering are false and that they have taken action against several employees suspected of committing fraud. Meanwhile, other NetEase employees stated that their background screensavers on work computers have all been replaced with the message of the company's compliance protocols. The situation is still under investigation at this time. So what can this all tell us about the future of Marvel Rivals and NetEase Games as a whole? NetEase is sitting on a lot of talent and a strong partnership with Marvel. If they use this talent right, keep listening to their fans, and release more Marvel characters that the fans want, I believe Marvel Rivals will reign supreme over the hero shooter genre for years, perhaps even a decade, as Overwatch almost did. NetEase has released a lot of games over the years, and some of them have ended up 6 feet under. They also seem to focus on mobile games, but often release the mobile games on PC as well. It's good to diversify, but when you're making a game and trying to optimize it for PC and mobile, those are just two very different gaming platforms, and I don't think they should do it for every game. When I tried to play some of their other games, they all had similarities to games I'd already played before. In some cases, they even felt like straight-up copies. Bloodstrike and Warzone. I think NetEase is in a great position right now to increase their worldwide standing with gamers if they can try innovating more genres like they did with Marvel Rivals. With all of that being said, NetEase seems to have a bright future ahead of them, and I am excited to see what's next for Marvel Rivals and the company as a whole. I hope you enjoyed this video and had a couple of goofs, a couple of laughs. If you're curious about any of the information I presented in this video, I do have links to the sources I used in the description below. It was genuinely pretty difficult researching NetEase Games with them being a Chinese company. American news outlets didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to them until they released Marvel Rivals. Some of my research led to dead ends where not even 20 pages into Google search could I find additional information. One such example was when I tried researching the battle between the CCP and NetEase over Westward Journey 2. It was like every website just copied and pasted the same paragraph. Anyways, let me know down in the comments what you think of Marvel Rivals and NetEase Games. Do you think they have a bright future ahead of them? Have you been enjoying Marvel Rivals? Are you excited for any upcoming games they've been working on? I'll be keeping a close eye on them as time goes on. For more content like this, definitely subscribe and let me know what you want to see.
I'm recording the beginning of this right before I upload the video, which is already edited. But I wanted to say a thing here at the beginning, which is that this thing that I'm about to talk about exists inside of the context of the NIH's announcement that they're no longer going to be investing any money in mRNA vaccine technology, regardless of what diseases that might treat, whether it's respiratory infections or cancer or autoimmune disease or heart disease. The mRNA technology is extremely powerful, and it turns out it can do way more stuff than just vaccines for respiratory infections. And they're canceling all of it. From what I can see, because they are alarmists, and either they believe their alarmism, or they have pushed the alarmism so hard, they have sold this fear so hard that they need to take some kind of action, or they will be perceived as inauthentic. So the rest of this video is about like a minor moment in the press conference about this that is baffling to me. But for clarity, it's not about like a new program that the NIH is initiating. This is about existing research that the NIH has been doing for quite a long time for a vaccine platform technology that the NIH has a patent to, which is great. But the way RFK Jr. was talking about it is totally baffling to me, and that's what this video is about. So we're going to talk about it. Okay. I continue to need to update where my mind is at with regard to these people who are now in charge of the country. RFK Jr. just announced that NIH is working on a universal vaccine platform, or really, I wouldn't call it a universal vaccine platform. He called it a universal vaccine, which it definitely is not. This research has been ongoing for a while. It's good research. I think it's a good idea. So to get into this, there's a press conference, and let's just watch the press conference together. And I will be surprised by what the press conference contains in a few different ways. Let's go. Here's what RFK RFK Jr. had to say.
Right now, we're developing a universal vaccine at NIH.
A universal vaccine. This is not a term that is currently used. Now, you could have a universal blank vaccine. So there could be a universal flu vaccine. That is a big target of the future. It would be really amazing so that you didn't have to take a new flu shot every year, because the flu evolves. It especially evolves its surface proteins. It can cross-link between a bunch of different flu strains, and there's sort of influenza A and influenza B that are two different flu strains that are both doing this, but they are both influenza viruses, which are very different from other kinds of viruses. And I think that we will eventually have a universal vaccine for flu, so that you don't have to take a flu vaccine every year. This would be amazing. Now, I will say pharmaceutical companies don't necessarily want that, because they like being able to sell a different flu vaccine every year, but that's why we have the NIH, so that they can fund research and understand vaccine platforms and even own vaccine platforms, because otherwise the market's going to be failing us, because the companies that develop these things don't actually want to develop a thing that will make them less money. That's a real problem. It is the beginning sentence in a lot of conspiracy theories, but it's a real problem. It's a real market failure, and that's why we have government agencies that are working on things like a universal flu vaccine.
Which is a vaccine that addresses the entire phylum of viruses.
It is definitely not a vaccine that addresses the entire phylum of viruses. So this is a thing about RFK Jr. that he says science words to make himself sound sciencey, like he has to throw in a science word that you've heard in science class, and in this case, that word makes no sense. I don't need to get too into this, but there's the classification, like kingdom, phylum, order, that stuff that you learned in elementary school, and viruses are not inside of that because they are not alive, according to that system. Now, are they alive? We could have an argument. But according to that system, they aren't alive. They aren't inside of any of the kingdoms of life. But there actually is a separate taxonomy of viruses that is really weird, because viruses, it turns out, aren't even related to each other oftentimes. They come out of life separately at separate moments. I mean, that's a whole video on its own. But in short, viruses are not just different from each other. They're often not related to each other at all. But how we classify viruses, there are different kingdoms of viruses, and then within those kingdoms, there are different phyla of viruses. There is not a phylum of all viruses. And importantly, no one thinks that you can create a vaccine that will protect against all viruses, because they are also distinct from each other in their action. These are very different guys. There are some viruses that are gigantic. They are not related to each other. Viruses are just a way that disease can occur. A self-perpetuating system that takes advantage of biological systems can happen. Quick break here, because I need to let you know about something. This video is brought to you by my underpants, and also by charity, because my underpants are for charity, and so can yours be. I've had the privilege of wearing these underwear for quite a while now, and you might be saying, Hank, why would I need to subscribe to underwear? Well, first of all, if you subscribe now, you get your first pair for $12. Second, it's extremely easy to cancel. So as soon as you have enough underwear, you just cancel. We make it very easy. The goal of Good.Store and Associated Properties is to make great things, make it easy for our customers, and donate all the profit to charity. What charity? Well, the money from the Awesome Undies Club, that's going to go to Partners in Health to help build a maternal hospital in Sierra Leone, and help fund its operation and staffing and the training of the people who work there, because it's going to be a teaching hospital, which means that there will be more healthcare workers in West Africa. Also very cool, these underwear are made in collaboration with MeUndies. They know what they're doing. They have hundreds of thousands of positive reviews. There's a link in the description that will automatically apply the early bird code. You do not have to pay for shipping. We ship everywhere in the world, and it is very easy to cancel. You're going to have to buy underwear. You might as well buy extremely soft, stretchy, good feeling underwear. If you're worried about the sizing, I've actually found that multiple sizes work for me, so both large and extra large work for me. If you're worried about waistband folding forward, which is a thing that I deal with, you might want to go a size higher than you normally would, because they're so stretchy. And also, each pair is designed by a different independent artist and can also match your socks if you're subscribed to the Awesome Socks Club. All right, so that's a good thing in the world. Now we go back to my confusion about some of the less good things in the world.
And it is effective against any kind of mutation, so it doesn't drive the virus to mutate.
It is effective against any kinds of mutations? No. But it is a vaccine platform that would not be as susceptible to mutation. And would it still drive mutations? Would it still drive evolution of the viruses? Of course it would, but it would do it less, because this system, which we will again get into, is harder for the virus to mutate in a way that would escape this vaccine's control.
And it could be effective. We believe it's going to be effective against not only coronaviruses, but also flu.
This is a wild thing to say. In fact, they know that it's likely to be effective against flu, and then it could then be entirely repurposed to be effective against coronaviruses broadly, which would be great. We could potentially have a universal, maybe not coronavirus vaccine, but maybe a universal COVID vaccine.
It's going to be a much safer and much more effective vaccine.
Will it be much safer and much more effective? No, because you can't be that much safer and more effective. Like, look, hundreds of millions of people got COVID vaccines. If there was a huge society-wide, like, spike in cancer, spike in heart disease, spike in death in a certain group of people, we would have seen it by now. If there is any effect there, it's so small that we can't see it, which is basically the same thing as there being no effect. So here is what RFK Jr. is talking about. He's talking about a whole virus vaccine platform. And I am in favor of whole virus vaccine platforms. I think that they offer advantages over other vaccine platforms. But first I have to tell you what a vaccine platform is, which is just a way of making a vaccine. So one vaccine platform is to breed a bunch of viruses in a circumstance that makes them less pathogenic to humans but still alive. This is called a live attenuated virus. There are actually different live attenuated virus platforms. This is a way of creating a thing that you can inject in someone and it will spur an immune response to a future pathogen. We currently have a very powerful vaccine platform in mRNA vaccines, which are really fast to create, so you can make them very quickly. Now, they're somewhat unstable on the shelf. You have to keep them very cold, which is fine in the US, but can be difficult and problematic in other places. But you can make mRNA vaccines very quickly. They're great in a pandemic scenario. And basically, the mRNA is a piece of genetic code that then goes into your cell grabs onto it, and then it manufactures the protein that code codes for. And then that protein is then in your body, and it is a tiny piece of the virus, and it is a surface protein that the virus has, and that allows your immune system to say, this protein doesn't belong here, it looks weird, and then it creates an immune response to that. Now, there are a couple of problems with doing it this way, and he mentioned one of them is that. One of them is that you are just protecting against one surface protein, and so then that surface protein can just change. Now, there are ways of having an mRNA vaccine that has more than one protein that it codes for. So it can have several different bits of mRNA, which would be great, because then you could say, like, okay, there's this surface protein circulating, and this one, but we'll have a vaccine that has all of those mRNA, but it's still just looking at like surface proteins. A whole virus vaccine is great because it's the whole virus. And in this case, this is a new kind of whole virus inactivated virus. So it is not a live virus, but it is the whole virus. Basically what they do, they grow a whole bunch of live virus, which is a problem with this vaccine platform because it means you have to grow a whole bunch of live virus, which you don't have to do with mRNA. That requires biosafety protocols. It has the potential for escape, so you don't want to do it with very dangerous viruses. Like smallpox, for example, you would never want to do this with. But for something like a not very dangerous strain of influenza, absolutely fine to do this. You grow a bunch of it and then you spike it with a chemical that basically destroys its genome inside of it. But then you cool it down. Those viruses are still totally intact, but their genomes are broken. And then you put this whole but dead virus into a person. And then that person's body has an immune response to this like big load of dead viruses that we carefully calibrate so that it's not too big or too small of a response. And there is a good part and bad part to this. One is that there's a bunch of different antigens that your immune system can respond to. So there's all the surface proteins, and then potentially after the virus breaks down, there's all the internal proteins of the virus. That's going to create an immune response that it will be way harder for a virus to evolve out of. And it also means for something like flu, influenza has all these different surface proteins that it swaps out in order to avoid our immune systems. It means that our immune systems are getting exposed to way more of the influenza proteins, and this has been shown in laboratory studies of animals. It means that if you give this vaccine to an animal, it will protect them against many different future strains of flu. Now, not all at the moment. So there's sort of like two big categories of influenza. There's A and B, but we're focusing, I think, on A right now because it's the one that has the greater chance of bird flu coming and getting us. If this was the flu vaccine, it might obviate the next pandemic. Like, this is good stuff. Would this protect against COVID? Not at all. So the phylum thing makes me think that RFK Jr. misunderstands what's going on here. He says that it's a vaccine that could protect against the whole phylum of viruses. This is definitely not true, but it could be a platform that allows us to, within viral phyla, create new vaccines that protect against that entire phylum. So you could theoretically imagine a situation where you have a vaccine that can protect against all coronaviruses, and more likely than that, all SARS-CoV-2 viruses. Now, that research has not happened at all, and would not at all be the same universal influenza vaccine. It would be a separate universal SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. Kennedy here seems to be saying something that he misunderstood. Someone told him something and he misunderstood it. What they told him was this vaccine platform could allow us to create vaccines that protect against entire phyla. So it could be a vaccine that protects against all coronaviruses or all SARS-CoV-2, or it could protect against all influenza. Now, one is not going to protect against both of those, and he heard that as, oh, we could create one vaccine that fixes all viruses. It's a weird thing for a person who theoretically has been thinking about vaccines for a long time to think is possible. And this is like what's updating my model of who RFK Jr. is, which it never quite makes sense. Like, I've been trying to understand him as a communicator about science for a long time. Obviously not about science, but people perceive him that way. But there's also a drawback to this large antigen load of a whole virus vaccine, which is that you have a bigger immune response. It means that it's harder for the virus to mutate out of the vaccine's control, which makes it so that this could be a universal vaccine for flu, but also you are exposed to way more viral proteins, which is going to increase the antigenic load, so the number of proteins that your immune system is responding to, and that's going to increase the chances of some side effects. Now, as we know, pretty much every medical intervention has some side effects. It's affecting your body, and so it's going to mean something. With early tests of this on humans, very small sample sizes, we've seen no side effects that are worrying. There was like one person who got a very high fever after their first exposure to this whole virus vaccine, and then a bunch of people had like injection site pain and stuff like that. Now, this is like a pet theory of mine. There's a huge advantage to these whole virus vaccines that I think is way underappreciated by public health people, or was at least in the past, maybe not so much anymore. And it is that these dead whole viruses have an easier time crossing mucous membranes than mRNA lipid nanoparticles. So these little fatty particles that contain the mRNA inside of them, they have a hard time getting through a mucous membrane, and that means that mRNA vaccines are not good as snortables. So like Afrin, you like sniff it into your nose. So far, we haven't found a way that we can do that with them. It is much easier to have them be injections. Now, this vaccine platform can also work as an injection, but it also seems like it could be better as a nasal spray. You spray it into your nose. These whole viruses have all the mechanisms for crossing, obviously, because they're usually infect through mucous membranes, and then that does two things for you. One is a science thing, and one is a behavioral thing, and I think the behavioral thing is bigger than people give it credit for. So the first science thing is that it actually induces an immune response in specifically the areas, like the physical areas of the body, where infection occurs. So instead of just giving your body a chance to get a jump start on fighting the vaccine once it's in you, which can often be the case with these mRNA vaccines, with nasal sprays, you're actually getting an immune response in the area where the infection occurs, whereas with injections, this sort of full body immunity means that you aren't so much stopping the infection. You might stop the infection, but you might also get the infection and then fight it off much faster than you otherwise would. And that's what we often see with influenza, for example. Like, people still get influenza, but the hospitalization rates go way down. This also has been the case with COVID, but that means that these people are still getting sick, and thus they can still transmit the virus. There is some, I think, good thinking and evidence that nasal sprays could prevent infection in the first place, or like really trap it in the very early stages, which would not just mean the person doesn't get sick at all. It would mean that they would never be a carrier and never be a transmitter of the virus. So that's a big deal, and that works better with whole viruses than mRNA nanoparticles. But I think as important, or possibly more important, and I know nobody agrees with me, especially people who are more vaccine hesitant, but I think that we as humans have a visceral, subconscious, strong response to want to be afraid of things that enter our bodies artificially. I think that it makes like evolutionary biology sense that we don't like the idea of injections. I am free of that after many years of having ulcerative colitis and then cancer. I have had so many injections that I feel like it is totally normal to do. But I think a lot of people feel this way, and I think that it's part of the fear of needles. It's not that the pain is going to be inflicted on you. It is this idea of something artificially entering your body. And I think that a nasal spray would have much higher uptake and also fewer conspiracy theories around it, because people, their subconsciouses, aren't searching for reasons that this fear exists. We don't just have fears, we have fears and then we explain those fears. And so if we don't have the fear, then we won't have the instinct to try and explain the fear, which I think will increase uptake and decrease conspiratorial thinking around it. So I'm really in favor of inhalable vaccines. I think that they could be a huge innovation. So far, mRNA doesn't look like a good candidate for that, whereas whole virus vaccines do. Now, there are things about this that make it worse, and I've touched on a few of them already. So mRNA, you don't have to have the virus exist to make the vaccine. So you don't have to have like a biosafety situation. You don't have to like breed up a bunch of viruses. In the situation where you're doing these whole virus vaccines, you have to have a whole facility dedicated to breeding viruses, because every vaccine is going to contain a bunch of the viruses that you bred and then inactivated. And that's a problem both because it takes way more time. So if there's a new virus, you have to scale up a whole new situation for breeding that virus, and different viruses breed in different situations, have different things that they prefer. It takes a lot of time to develop all those protocols, so it's way slower. So I'm very much in favor of like an mRNA for rapid response, whole virus for long-term, can we create a universal vaccine against this thing so we can stop having boosters all the time. Second, that higher antigenic load might protect against mutation, also increases the potential for side effects, means you have to fine-tune to a broad population the amount of virus you're putting in people to make sure that you get the immune response without getting too much inflammation and myalgia and all the negative consequences that you can get. Not like long-term myalgia, but like that feeling you get, that fevery feeling, even if you don't have a fever, that you get with a vaccine called myalgia. That's potentially more of a thing when you have more antigens inside of the vaccine than if you just have the one of a mRNA vaccine. The manufacturing of mRNA vaccines is much faster, much more scalable, and it is easy with mRNA to swap out the target antigen. So if there is an evolution of the spike protein, then you swap it out with another spike protein that reflects the one that's in the wild right now. But of course you could be in a situation where there's many different variations of spike proteins, and it's hard for the mRNA vaccine to keep up. My big takeaway here is like giving a bunch of money to inactivated whole virus vaccines does not make taking money away from mRNA vaccines good. We should be investing in both of these things because they do different things and they do them better. mRNA vaccine technology is so powerful. It is going to be a revolution in health. It already is a revolution in medicine. The fact that we have politicized this technology to this extent is extremely bad for America. This isn't just a technology that's like good for protecting you against respiratory viruses. Obviously been good at that, but it's also a technology that can be used for like everything from blood pressure to rare diseases you've never heard of. Honestly, I probably will make a video on how cool mRNA technology is. I do think that in like the specific cases where people are sick, like if somebody has cancer, they're going to take their mRNA cancer vaccines. They're not going to be like, oh, I heard mRNA and so I'm scared. No, they have cancer. They're already very scared. They're going to take the vaccines 99% of the time. Some of them will lose to this fear, but most we will not. But then when it comes to mRNA treatments that are for like more widespread things, like potentially high cholesterol or heart disease, which is a thing that we're looking into, I think a lot of people will opt out of those, and a lot of people will die because of it. Regardless, that will be a cool video when I make it, but that's not this video. Both of these vaccine platforms are very powerful and exciting and should be being invested in big ways. And this money from the NIH for whole virus vaccine platform is, I don't think revolutionary. Like, I think it would have happened under any HHS department, but very interestingly, it might be worth looking at the fact that the Maha Action Twitter account deleted this tweet. This is a Twitter account from Maha Action, which was co-founded by Del Bigtree, who's RFK Jr.'s former communications director. Now, it could be that they deleted the tweet because RFK Jr. just got stuff wrong in it, and it's kind of embarrassing, like saying the entire phylum of viruses is something that makes no sense. It's just a misunderstanding of the taxonomy of viruses. But even bigger than that, calling this a universal vaccine implies that it would be, and it also didn't just imply, it seemed to be that he believed that this would be a vaccine that could be used, like one shot that could be used for all viruses. And that's also silly and wrong and embarrassing to have thought that. That might be the reason why they deleted it, but it also might be because they got a ton of backlash from the anti-vaccine community. So people saying this is a red flag, people saying, oh, we thought they were gonna arrest Fauci, but RFK is becoming Fauci. People pointing out that this whole virus vaccine work was funded by the Gates Foundation, so that's a conspiracy theory that it's touching on, and maybe this money won't end up going out. Because who is this person responsible to? Is RFK Jr. responsible to like the 80% of Americans who think that vaccines are do more good than harm? Or is he responsible to his audience, who are the 20% who think that vaccines are invariably bad, and he himself has had a hard time in the past saying that there are any safe and effective vaccines, including the polio vaccine.
There's no vaccine that is safe and effective.
Like, not leaving aside the ones that prevent us today from getting the diseases that we don't get anymore, but no, including those. And the other thing is, like, my continued update of my mental model of RFK Jr., because there are times when I feel like this guy is just going to say anything that it takes to say that vaccines are bad. But in this situation, he's saying, no, this is a safe and effective vaccine platform. And that's coming out of his own mouth, so he believes this. But in the same breath as he's saying that they're going to like work on this safe and effective vaccine platform or universal vaccine, he's also like portraying a ton of ignorance of biology. So like, I don't know, maybe I should expect that. This is just a guy whose job is to argue effectively with people who are in favor of vaccines, but he has such a limited understanding of biology. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by that. But it is updating my model to be like, what RFK Jr. does is he is like a person who doesn't understand science's version of a person who understands science, just like Donald Trump is kind of like a person who doesn't have money's version of a person who has money. He like wants to say words like universal vaccine. He wants to say words like phylum. He wants to say sciencey sounding words. The part where he said that, like, not just for COVID, but also for flu, when this vaccine has only ever been tested against flu. Thus, I think, in part, doing a thing that we see Donald Trump doing, where he takes what he's supposed to say, and then he just, like, lumps together the things he wants lumped together. RFK Jr. wants COVID and flu lumped together so that it reinforces the idea that COVID was just like the flu, and that we all overreacted to this, and that it wasn't that big of a deal, even though millions of people in this country died. I mean, look at these excess death charts. Like, that's a lot of excess death, you guys. That's just a thought that I have, that's why he lumped COVID and flu together into this. It's mistakes of the level that you couldn't make if you understood how viruses work. So that updates my mental model to be like, okay, we are dealing with a man who doesn't know how viruses work, which wasn't a given. I mean, some of you are going to be saying, like, yeah, duh, Hank, but no, I don't think so. Like, I think he might just be a guy who's scared of vaccines. Like, I think that's what we're dealing with. That's a different mental model for me. He's a guy who's scared of vaccines, who really wants both the attention and the glory of protecting people against something dangerous, and also the good feelings. But also we see, we don't see this so much with Trump now, but we saw it in the first term where he'd have conversations with experts, and then he'd come out being like, oh, okay, so like this is a thing. And then he'd get the feedback from his community that like, no, you can't listen to these experts. So what I'm a little bit worried about is like his 20% of Americans will push back against Robert Kennedy here, and then this money actually will not materialize, and this vaccine platform will not be invested in, which it was going to be invested in anyway. I just want to be clear about that. This isn't like RFK Jr. making like a big thing that otherwise wouldn't have happened. This research has been ongoing. NIH owns the patent to this technology already, which is great because it means that it doesn't have to be controlled by and like sat on by pharmaceutical companies who might not want this to come out, who might want to like slow roll the speed at which this technology emerges, because every year that they get to do another flu vaccine, they don't have a universal flu vaccine. There's a bunch of revenue that comes with that. So I guess, like, in conclusion, one, RFK Jr. is really weird, and he's a hard guy to have a mental model of. For me, I don't know, maybe some people are better at this, but for me it's hard. Two, this is a new vaccine platform that is legitimately interesting, allows for a nasal route, could potentially be a universal flu vaccine, could potentially be a universal SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, which would be great. We're not sure about either of those things, but it could be. It has advantages over mRNA technology, and mRNA technology has advantages over it, and so a mix of having both of these tools in our toolkit would be very good. That's basically the whole thing. And then finally, it is remarkable the extent to which Kennedy does not understand how this works. His level of ignorance is really is surprising to me, and I know people are going to tell me that that's crazy, Hank, but this is a man.
Trump's DC takeover is being justified by lies is worse than...
Thank you, Philip DeFranco, for the excellent content from a stream of.
I'm recording the beginning of this right before I upload the video, which is already edited.
Trump's DC takeover is being justified by lies is worse than even critics expected and might soon spread to a city near you. Why RFK Jr. is now being blamed for the deadly CDC shooting in Atlanta. The WNBA dildo problems exposing the problem with new betting markets. And how you may already be getting manipulated by Chinese AI. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Donald Trump is liberating America. Again.
This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're
going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
First, Liberation Day was with the tariffs, and now Donald Trump is promising to make our capital great again by making what he called crime, savagery, filth, and scum disappear. With Trump holding what he called the press conference on crime and beautification today, and we'll start with crime.
Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States,
He's going to make homeless people illegal.
Section 740 of the
Fucking
District
shithead.
of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control.
Raincy at Trump announcing that Attorney General Pam Bondi, who still hasn't released the Epstein files, assuming command of the Metro Police. In the Defense Department, they'll activate some 800 National Guard personnel who will deploy to the streets of D.C., which notably is something that Trump has more authority to do since, unlike the state of California, the District of Columbia doesn't control its own National Guard. Also on top of that, Trump reportedly plans to temporarily reassign some 120 FBI agents to nighttime patrol duties in D.C. And as for both the National Guard and FBI in general, it's currently unclear exactly what they'll be doing. And that in part because over the weekend you had sources telling reporters that they probably won't have arrest authorities. Instead, it would be this show of force, and they'd support local police doing stuff like driving around the city and running license plates for stolen vehicles and warrants. But then today, Trump said,
they'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks.
And this notably comes after the weekend when Trump reportedly sent up to 450 federal agents to D.C. already. But with Trump's latest move, you had him arguing,
we will bring in the military if needed. People say, oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in. It's been used many times over the years.
And you have critics arguing that using the military for domestic law enforcement is illegal, but Trump already deployed Marines to LA, and he's shown himself willing to ignore the courts on many occasions. And with all that said, before we get ahead of ourselves, as far as, what started this whole DC subplot, obviously you have people saying that he's doing anything and everything to distract from Jeffrey Epstein. And also, there was an attempted carjacking and assault of a former Doge staffer known as Big Balls last week. And since then, Trump and his allies have turned this into a story about the supposedly out-of-control crime that's plaguing DC and other Democratic cities.
Murders in 2023 reached the highest
Big Balls got robbed.
probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years.
It's actually very telling that he picked 2023 there, because crime, it definitely was especially bad that year, but it's also come down significantly since then. In fact, violent crimes in 2024 reportedly hit a 30-year low, and it's still dropping, reportedly down 26% this year from the same period last year, as property crime's also down 5%, and overall crime, that's down 7%. And so then, what's Donald Trump's response to that data? Fake news.
We don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down.
And in fact, Trump claimed that DC is